Our Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We are on our way to halfway through the week. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass as we get you ready for Kings Wizards. But it's not just the Kings in action today. A lot of action going on. The A's and Cubs, they play at 12:35 p.m. as the A's look to get their first W at home. Another loss last night, this one more respectable, 7-4. They had plenty of opportunities, but couldn't get it done, and they look to get a W. Everybody loves the day game. I've always said that baseball day games, very, very underrated. I know it's a weekday, not sure how many people are going to be able to get out there, but if you are able to get out there, hopefully you enjoy yourself, because day baseball, there truly is nothing like it as the A's look to get their first W out there in West Sacramento. And the Kings feels like they haven't got a W in a very long time, and they're hoping to get one tonight against probably the worst team in the league based on who they're going to be putting out there. Alex Sarr will be playing, top pick from this past draft. Jordan Poole, one of my guys, the Poole party, he will be playing as well, but it gets pretty thin after that. So the Kings, you're really not going to have a better opportunity than tonight to get on the winning side of things, as they have an opportunity to get a game, get some momentum. These are the games we've been talking about. They get the Wizards, then they get the Hornets, two of the straight-up worst teams in the league. So bad that even I feel confident that the Kings can get it done. So that is going on. You know I love an early game. Everything is happening early today. I love that. You got a 12:35 A's game. I believe the Giants are playing what? Are they playing at 1? I heard Dave say the Giants have a day game. Yeah, the Giants play at 1:10 against the Astros out there in Houston. And you get the Kings at what, 4:30? I mean, that's outstanding.
Oh, we're all going to go to bed at 9 o'clock tonight.
Outstanding. 4 o'clock for the Kings and Wizards. And, of course, you can hear all of the action right here on the home of the Sacramento Kings, the flagship. So I am very, very happy about what Wednesday has in store. We have another opportunity. For the A's and the Kings. You wouldn't see the beam because the A's play early, but to get a W from the Kings and a W from the A's, that would be outstanding. But we're not going to count the eggs before they hatch, because you never know with this team. I mean, you're talking about a Wizards team that has 16 wins. 16 wins. I mean, that's insane. That is terrible. They made some of those random moves. They finally move off of Kyle Kuzma for what's left of Chris Middleton. We'll get into that injury report. They got Marcus Smart. Doesn't look like he'll be playing either. So a lot of opportunities for the Kings right in front of them. We'll break all of that down. We'll also get into some news around the league. Warriors are currently the 5th seed. The Warriors are the 5th seed after beating the Grizzlies last night. And Ja Morant had a great game, but he did some Ja Morant stuff. If you haven't seen it, it looked like some form of finger pointing, okay, that may or may not have resembled a weapon. And this is something that has been Ja's bugaboo for a very long time. I don't know. His dad is sitting there right in the crowd. I don't know what possesses him to do this stuff. So we'll talk about what happened last night in Memphis, as there have been conversations. Sam Amick said to keep an eye on this Ja Morant thing. What is Ja Morant's value? Would you be interested in a Ja Morant in Sacramento? I'll give my thoughts on that. Talking about the A's last night, and I get it, right? I heard a couple people say some things, and Chris Watkins was on the show yesterday. We talked about the media for Bay Area may be looking for things, right? And we understand why they're doing that. We also understand that it might not always be fair. So Matt George, he posted something at the beginning of the game and what the crowd looked like. Then he posted something in about the third inning. He posted a couple pictures to compare. So we'll have that discussion. Chris Townsend, he had some things to say after the first game that a lot of people in the Bay didn't like. And like I said, I want to talk about the baseball of it all, and that's what I want to focus on. But, I mean, the pictures didn't look great. So I'm just going to say the collective did we maybe jump the gun a little bit on how much interest there is and whether or not 2,000 people matter when you're looking at a sellout in 12,000 in the first night and a non-sellout in 10,000 in the second night, and it didn't even really feel like there were 10,000 people out there. Is it a big deal or no deal? We'll break all of that down. We'll recap pocket watching. Like I said, we watched a lot of good basketball last night. Steph Curry balled out. Jokic balled out. So what does that mean? We also do have the official schedules of the play-in tournament. Okay, so you can figure out where you need to be and when you need to be there. We have that information for you. The Dodgers are undefeated, and I hate it. And I've told y'all time and time again, Mookie Betts, my 5'9" Zont King, okay? It kills me that man is on the Dodgers, but dang it, he is very, very good. And I do think the Dodgers are good for baseball as long as there is enough hate towards them. We need some hate watching here. So the Dodgers keep winning games, right? Keep winning games. One of their best starts in franchise history. I hope they keep winning games because I want the hate to continue to grow because people love to hate watch others. I don't think a lot of people hate watch this person very much. Carmelo Anthony came out about 30 minutes ago. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer, headed to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. So congrats to Carmelo. We'll talk about one of the more confusing careers out there. And I would say he's one of those guys, Carmelo, Charles Barkley. There's an all suffer team, right? Or all underrated team, if you will, because they don't have rings. I think Carmelo is right there with the Charles Barkley of the world and guys like that. But Carmelo, he was always a bucket, and we knew that. And I remember watching Carmelo at Syracuse and the great story that was. So very happy for Carmelo. We know Olympic Melo. There were so many different versions of Carmelo. Olympic Melo, Hoodie Melo, right? He came back. People thought he was blackballed, and he came back, played for the Blazers. So very excited for Carmelo, one of those guys who now has the podcast. He's very family-oriented. He's got Lala on the podcast. He's got his son, Cayenne, on the podcast, who I believe Cayenne is going to Syracuse too. That's happened,
the
right?
last I heard.
Yeah, that happened. Now, whether that will stay, we will see. So, plenty to talk about today on the show. Very excited to talk about it. No guests, so we're going to fire up the phone lines early, 916-339-1140. All 4 hours, me, you, your Sacramento Kings, and your A's of West Sacramento, formerly of Oakland, headed to Las Vegas. So I'm watching the games last night, and to be honest, we were getting caught up on White Lotus. So, again, early game for the Grizzlies and the Warriors, so I was able to catch that. No problem. So I'm watching the game. Steph balls out. 52 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. I honestly thought he was going to break the three-point record. He was at 8, I think, at halftime. So I thought for sure, and it was a close game. So I thought for sure Steph was going to break it. You know, they're really cognizant of how much they're playing Steph. So he sits early in that fourth quarter, misses his first 3 threes, and he wasn't able to get it done. But he still finishes with 52 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. And I'm just sitting here thinking, maybe I was wrong about the Jimmy Butler thing. And we're going to talk about that in about 5 minutes. But I'm also watching, so I wasn't even watching the Nuggets Timberwolves game. That's when we were watching White Lotus. At this point, it's what, 9:30, something like that.
Is that show any good?
It's very good. But, it depends on what you like. Okay, I will say that.
I don't know if I can get invested in it.
That's fair enough. I love it. I've been watching it since the first season. So we're getting caught up on White Lotus, watching the newest episode, and I'm on social media because it was a bit of a filler episode, and I see people still tweeting about double overtime. So so I had my laptop. We were working on the show for today's show as we're watching White Lotus, had my laptop up, so I fire up the game, and I'm watching the game, and I see Nikola Jokic, 61 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists. I see what gave me PTSD from the Kings-Pistons game where Russell Westbrook fouls a three-point shooter with the time expiring after smoking a layup that he had no business shooting because they had the lead, smokes the layup, and compounds the issue by fouling the three-point shooter. Shooter makes 2 out of 3. And the Timberwolves, again, no Naz Reid, no DiVincenzo. They truly do own the Nuggets.
They're Nuggets killers, man.
They really do own the Nuggets.
And I don't understand why. He had 61-point triple-double. How?
Yeah, how? And it was an outstanding game. And as I'm watching how outstanding that game was, how outstanding the Warriors-Grizzlies game was great. Great, back and forth the whole time. And I'm sitting here thinking, there is no way the higher powers, the powers that be inside the Kings organization truly think that this team can hang with the elite of the Western Conference. And what's crazy is when you say the word elite, the Warriors with that win got to the 5th seed. The Grizzlies were the 5th seed. You have the Timberwolves who are in the play-in, trying to get out of the play-in, and the Nuggets who are messing around with that 2-3-4 situation. So that's not even the most elite out of the elite out of the elite. And I'm still watching saying the Kings cannot hang with this. And I don't think that a whole offseason with this roster would change that. That's what I was sitting there thinking to myself, the best version of this Kings team as presently constructed is not hanging with these teams. It's not. And on the other side, we'll discuss the Jimmy Butler part of it. I know he did not want to go to Sacramento, but is there something to be said about finding connectors versus looking for straight up talent? Let's discuss 4 hours with you. Very, very excited. Got A's baseball going to be going on during the game. So hopefully they can get a W and we can claim that it's because it started during the Allen Stiles Show. We'll talk to you soon. Coming right back.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
A little bit of A's news. The A's have traded Esteury Ruiz to the Dodgers for Carlos Duran. Esteury Ruiz, dude flies. Steals a lot of bags. The A's looking to get some more pitching. This is 4 minutes ago from MLB Pipeline. The Athletics have acquired 6'7" right-handed Carlos Duran from the Dodgers in exchange for Esteury Ruiz. More on Duran, who struck out 8 and allowed just 1 run in 4 1/3 frames in his first start of the season. I'm on his page right now. From what I'm seeing, looks like this is a kind of a young stud type guy. I don't know that he's, based on what I'm seeing, Kyle, he hasn't even played in the majors yet. So kind of one of those top prospects that they're hoping will turn into something.
Well, maybe not even a top prospect necessarily. Yeah. We can pull up the Dodgers top 30 and see if he's on there.
Well, that's true because, yeah, the Dodgers, their farm system is ridiculous. He's only 23 years old. So the A's hoping to find something there.
The A's also quietly DFA'd Esteury Ruiz the other day.
That's right.
Which, man, that 2023 season, he was awesome. And then he just got hurt last year, and that was kind of the end of it. Also, the weird wristband gate thing, that was super weird, where he started out the season hitting like 400 and they sent him to the minors. But,
yeah, I do remember that now. I do. Yeah, that was the name because it was something with Oakland, right? And then
it was the last dive bar guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Even though they said it didn't have anything to do with it.
That's right. That's right. As far as Carlos Duran is concerned, ERA 2.08, 1 game started, and that's the game that he struck out 8, and that was for the Dodgers AAA affiliate last season. 3.71 ERA. Yeah, he's supposed to be one of these guys coming up. He started 19 games. He had 53 innings pitched, and he struck out 73. So excited to see what he can bring to the table for the A's, and we will keep you in the loop there. That's one Carlos Duran joining the A's, and we say goodbye to Esteury Ruiz. A very, very complicated story, as Kyle reminded me. I forgot all about the wristband game.
Yeah, he stole 67 bases
he flies.
in 2023.
But as my old coach always said to me, you can't steal first. You cannot steal first. You got to get on base. So we'll see what happens with Carlos Duran, and we wish Esteury Ruiz the best as we get back to the Kings situation, but not necessarily the Kings proper. Also, the NBA in general, and me admitting that maybe I was wrong about not wanting Jimmy Butler, because I watched a lot of the game yesterday with the Warriors and just watching everything Jimmy Butler did. So nobody is obviously going to talk about Jimmy Butler's game because of Steph Curry, but Jimmy Butler had 27 points, right? And when you watch him, it's honestly a variant, if you will, of DeMar DeRozan in that he gets to the free throw line a lot. He shot 12 free throws last game. But the way Jimmy Butler does it, it's not necessarily isolating other people. It's more of an escape valve, right? It's, okay, something isn't working. Let me do what I need to do, get to the free throw line, and make sure that we either stop a run or we leave this possession with some points on the board. Jimmy Butler had four assists, 3 steals, 6 rebounds, and 27 points. 7 for 11 from the field, 12 of 12 from free throw range. And I started thinking, maybe I got too caught up in the age of Jimmy Butler. Now, would I have wanted to pay him whatever the Warriors paid him over the next 2-3 years? What's 50, 60 mil? No.
It's 2 years, 110 million.
Yeah, no. But with that being said, now I'm looking at this, and you can do the version of if you kept Fox, you can do the version of if you didn't keep Fox, and without Fox, you're looking at Butler, Keegan, Monk, Levine, Sabonis, and with Fox, you're looking at Butler, Fox, Keegan, Malik, Sabonis. And honestly, hindsight is 2020, but that opens up so much more. And Jimmy Butler, as much as I don't necessarily love how he goes about things for as far as his business is concerned. Not on the court. On the court, he's just kind of that fill in the gaps guy. Whatever we're not doing today, I'll help us do. Do we need more rebounds today? I'll do that. Do we need to get to the line today? I'll do that. Do we need more assists today? I'll do that. And I do think I first saw the Jimmy Butler thing to the Warriors, and I've come all the way back around. Because first it was, I don't want Jimmy, period. Then it turned into, Jimmy's a perfect fit for the Warriors. Now, after watching him last night and the garbage that I've watched from the Kings throughout these last 10 games, I've come around, and not that it matters because he's with the Warriors now, but I've definitely come around to feel like Jimmy Butler definitely would be a better fit for this team than DeMar DeRozan. That's where I'm at with it.
Welcome to the club.
That's where I'm at with it.
It took you 3 months, but I'm glad you finally came back around. Because even though I was someone who was on board with the everyone should want Jimmy Butler because Jimmy Butler is a superstar you can get at a dramatic discount.
Yeah.
I also didn't account for the fact that Steph Curry is the best teammate Jimmy Butler has ever played with in his career. And I didn't think about what that would actually mean in practice until watching the Warriors kind of put this all together. Because Steph Curry, it works both ways. It opens up everything for Jimmy Butler, but it also allows Jimmy Butler to fill in the gaps instead of with some of those Heat teams. He's got to be the reason that they win, dropping 56 points against the Bucks in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I really just say this for the future because obviously Jimmy didn't want to go to Sacramento, and that's fine. But when we're evaluating, and it's not that I'm not the GM, but evaluating the type of talent when crafting a team, it goes deeper than age. It goes deeper than a 3-point percentage. Jimmy doesn't even shoot threes, right? I think he hit one last night, but Jimmy doesn't even shoot threes. It goes deeper than just the typical X's and O's. And I think that the Kings have not done a great job of looking at things that way. It's just been get talent in the building and we'll figure it out. But that's not how this stuff is crafted. I was listening to the morning show a couple days ago, and they were mentioning Isaiah Joe. My joke is every time I look up during a Thunder game, Isaiah Joe is making a three. He is a perfect fit. And Jason Ross and Carmichael Dave were talking, saying, what would Isaiah Joe be on the Kings, right? Probably nothing to write home about, but he's a good fit for the Thunder. And I just hope that the Kings take note as to what they did this season. Take some of the good, right? There was good that was done. Jake LaRavia, Jonas Valanciunas, that's good. Take some of the good that they've done and learn from some of the not so good that they've done moving forward. Zach LaVine is on the team. That contract is in Sacramento. There's nothing we can do about it now. What we can do is try to craft pieces that I need Monty McNair, straight up. I need Monty McNair watching Zach LaVine, and since Vivek is so obsessed with Zach LaVine, I need them firing up every season of Zach LaVine's best games and watching who else was on the floor. This guy is worth $45 million to you. So you need to craft a lineup and add players that are similar to when he was doing his thing. That Bulls team earlier this season, who, by the way, the Bulls just clinched to play in. You can just say that every season anyway. That Bulls team, what did that look like when Zach LaVine was balling out? Because you can't sign someone like that based on what he was doing and not pay attention to how he was doing it. And I'm not accusing them of not doing their homework, but I'm accusing them of not doing enough homework, because this right here does not make any sense, which is fine. But moving forward, it's time to right their wrongs, and they can do it. They're just going to have to kind of wear the situation a little bit, lick their wounds and say, this is where we did well. This is where we messed up. If it's still Monty McNair, by the way, but somebody's got to do it. And I do think that they can, at the very least, be a respectable team that, hey, Kyle, could scare some people. On the other side, we will announce the NBA play-in schedule, and we will get to Frankie's poll question. Where do you fall on the list? Did you vote in it? Did you miss it? 916-339-1140. Let's talk about it. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sactown Sports, 1140.
Allen Stiles here with your Sactown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Zach Geloff underwent surgery to repair his right hand, and he's likely to be out 6 to 8 weeks. Second base duties will be a battle between Max Schumann and Max Muncy. Brady Basso and his left shoulder strain continues to go through a throwing program, and the A's are hopeful that he can begin pitching in minor league games shortly after the start of the regular season. On the court, Malik Monk makes his return from illness as the Kings push to make the play-in. This injury report is brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hi, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they've won over $500 million in settlements. Downtown LA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call Downtown. Text Injury Help to 40222. That's Injury Help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, for the A's to have any chance of contending this year, it will start with starting pitching. And besides the tough outing by Joey Estes in the home opener, and looking back at the Seattle series and led by offseason acquisitions Luis Severino and Jeffrey Springs, the A's starters went 23 2/3 innings. They allowed just 14 hits and 3 earned runs. Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solution, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one. And if you want to save on a new Ford, you got to drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Rocks Tech, Michelob Ultra, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITPFest.com.
If you've been looking for an SUV that combines luxury, comfort, and off-road capability, look no further than the most awarded SUV ever, the Jeep Grand Cherokee at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. With 470 foot-pounds of torque, a 6,000-pound towing capacity, great gas mileage, the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the perfect SUV for all your needs. See for yourself why people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Centrally located across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course, it's the place where a handshake still means something.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Breaking down how the Kings can get back on track. Also talking some A's and just general NBA. A's made a trade. Esteury Ruiz, one of the fastest players in Major League Baseball, is on his way to LA as the A's go ahead and trade him for Carlos Duran, 23-year-old up-and-coming pitcher. Goes 6'7", 230. A's hoping to get some help on that pitching staff. So we will break all that down. A's playing about 2 hours. Very excited. Kyle's going to have to come in and help me with this TV. I'm very bad. I'm one of those bad coworkers where I don't make the coffee. I don't, engineers will come in when Dave or somebody messes up the TV. Hey, did you touch this? No, I don't touch anything. I come in, I do my show, and I leave. That's it.
You also make me mess with the buttons and the knobs.
If the buttons go out, Kyle, you gotta come fix this for me. If I finish the rest of the coffee, I don't replace it. I just figure everyone else has had enough already.
Are you plugged into that one again?
I am. Well, because Dave was.
What? Does it work?
It works fine.
Okay.
So this is Kyle doing his engineer thing as we are trying to solve, as engineers try to solve problems, trying to solve the problem of the Kings' mediocrity. As we watched some really good basketball last night, that's because the Kings weren't playing. And it was really eye-opening for me to watch a lot of these teams that aren't even the elite of the elite. The Thunder didn't play last night. I didn't watch the Cavs. I didn't watch the Celtics. So even that second tier, the Kings aren't there right now. Now, could they be there? Let's try to figure out how they can get there. Real quick, before we read some of these texts and answer Frankie's question, the play-in tournament schedule is out. The schedule for the 2025 SoFi NBA play-in tournament. I know what everybody is curious about, so I will not make you wait. Wednesday, April 16th, that is the second day of the play-in tournament. That is when you will most likely see your Sacramento Kings, if we see them at all. At the time is TBD, but you have the East 10th place game and the East 9th place game, and then you have the West 10th place game, or West 10th place team versus the West 9th place team. That is on Wednesday. Tuesday is the 8-7 games. Wednesday, the 9-10 games. And then Friday, the winner-loser games in the East and West.
To clarify the TBD for people, the only TBD is if it's in the Central time zone, it'll start at 6:30. And if it's on the West time zone, it'll start at 7, I believe. But it just depends on, again, is it Dallas? Is it Sacramento? Is it Phoenix?
Yeah.
Who's hosting? We'll find that out before the season ends.
So it's looking like Wednesday will be the day we see if the Kings will extend their stay in the 2025 NBA season. That is Wednesday, April 16th.
And then if you win that, it's Friday.
Right.
And then if you win that, game 1 is on Sunday.
So a lot of work to be done, and it all starts tonight against the Wizards. We were talking about how to build a team almost around Zach LaVine, obviously DeMontis Sabonis as well, but looking at what Zach LaVine was a part of when he was successful, just throughout his career and more specifically with the Bulls. And you have 916 saying LaVine is the worst contract in the NBA and he's not worth the contract. That's from the 916. 916, you might be right, but he's on the Kings now. So it is what it is. The same way I talked about the Oakland A's thing to the Sacramento Athletics thing, it is what it is now, right? So I'm not saying you're wrong, but he's still on the team. So at this point, we got to make the most of it. I watch Bar Rescue all the time, and it always rings in my head in the intro, I don't embrace excuses. I embrace solutions. That's what John Taffer says to start off every show in the little intro that they have, and we have to embrace solutions right now, okay? It is what it is. They traded for Zach. How do we get the most out of Zach LaVine in that contract?
Well, and even if you wanted to trade him this offseason, there's only like 3 players you could possibly get in exchange for him, and I don't know how many people will like the names if I tell them.
Zach LaVine, as far as I'm concerned, Zach LaVine will be on the team next season. And then he's got that, $46 million player option. So he will probably be on the team that next season. So we have to figure out ways, and I'm going to look at film too. I'm going to grind film. I know Wes was my guy. Now Wes is gone, so I got to maybe, I don't know if Monty eats Chipotle too. Maybe I can run into Monty. Monty, I've been grinding film. This is who it looks like we should go after, because that's where we're at right now. I don't necessarily agree with what the Kings have done. They have to start to learn from this stuff. And I know I see the calls and texts all the time. They're not going to learn from it. Maybe one day they will. They made a lot of moves. They do have talent on the team, but they have to figure out a way to make it work. There are a couple golden rules that we're going to break down as well that some Kings media members have noticed as far as how the lineups and rotations have been working. Couple golden rules that Doug broke both of them in the loss to the Pacers. And we'll tell you what those golden rules are as well. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Mitch, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Mitch? What you got for us?
How's it going, Alan?
Hey.
How you doing? Yeah, all right. Zach is a good player. He's got like the Daniel Jones contract. And he's a little bit with age, but he does have talent. We just have to bring in some bigger guys. And I wonder, I know nobody knew that Luka was on the trade market. Would that have been a player and Fox for Luka? Would that have been a better deal than what Dallas got from the Lakers?
That's a good question, Mitch. Thanks for the call. I think the main thing was that the Mavericks felt like they needed an Anthony Davis type player, and I don't know if De'Aaron Fox and Kyrie would have been the best match. I don't think the Mavericks were looking for another guard, because I believe they felt with Luka, who was out for a majority of the season, hey, we can rock with Kyrie and do a hybrid point guard thing with Kyrie and whoever. So value-wise, who has more value, Anthony Davis right now or De'Aaron Fox? You could probably make an argument. But again, the conversation that we've been having that the Kings just don't seem to have when they make moves is fit. And I don't know that De'Aaron Fox and Kyrie on the same team, I don't know if that's scaring anybody. First of all, yeah, Kyrie isn't terrible defensively. He's actually gotten a lot better. It's a pretty small backcourt, right? It's not huge. And then you're still working with, sure, the Derek Lively's of the world and who they have there. But I think value-wise, not a crazy conversation. But fit-wise, I don't think that's what the Mavericks were looking for. And now we'll never know. When we return, let's get to Frankie Cardicelli's poll question. And what side do you land on? I'll tell you what side I land on. 916-339-1140. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Thank you for making Total Wine & More America's #1 online source for spirits, beer, and wine. Better than all those delivery apps. Total Wine's prices are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635. And you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com. Well, call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Get ready for a night of legendary rock and roll. Styx and Kevin Cronin live in concert Saturday, April 26th at the Nugget Event Center in Sparks, Nevada. Don't miss your chance to see the iconic sounds of Styx with Kevin Cronin on stage, bringing you all the hits. It's a night you won't forget. Tickets on sale now at NuggetCasinoResort.com, so grab yours before they're gone. Styx and Kevin Cronin live Saturday, April 26th. More info and tickets at NuggetCasinoResort.com.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. And that's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. We are breaking down Frankie Cardicelli and his poll that he put up yesterday. Kyle, I don't know if you got a chance to vote on this, but I definitely did. And I'm going to read off the results so far. So a lot of votes. And Frankie said this. Hypothetically, the Kings finished 39-43, win both play-in games, and face OKC in the first round of the playoffs, where they lose in 5 games. Is that a successful season for Sacramento? As far as yes is concerned, 25% said yes. 74% said no. And Kyle, I'll let you guess how I answered this. Did I answer this yes or no?
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
Sir, you would be incorrect. I answered it yes. That it would be successful. And I would say that, Kyle, because of everything that this team has gone through, from the coaching change to trading De'Aaron Fox. If they were to get into the playoffs in one of the toughest play-in tournaments I think that we've seen, not really the Mavericks, but bear with me, with the Timberwolves, and if the Grizzlies fall in there, or if it's the Warriors, I do think it would be a success. And more importantly, it doesn't really matter what I think, because I believe that ownership would believe that it was a success, because you would have gotten 5 games. That's what? 2. You would have gotten 2 at home. So you get that playoff revenue. So I think that it would be viewed as a successful season for Sacramento. This is still a team that has only gone to the playoff once in what? A very, very long time.
20 years.
20 years. You go to the play-in last season. After the play-in, you lose that second game. So I don't really know. I'm a bit surprised here that so many people, 74% said no. I'm not really sure how, if you're Sacramento, you could say, and Frankie also says, for the record, my vote is no. I have no clue how any Sacramento Kings fan could look at everything that happened this season and vote no. And I definitely don't know how 74% of almost 1,000 voters said no. Because then it begs the question, then what would be a success?
So I think the thing that might be pushing people towards no is the 39-43 of it. Because if you get, at the beginning of the season, I thought they would be a play-in team. Okay, I didn't think upgrading to DeMar DeRozan from Harrison Barnes was enough to make a meaningful impact in a Western Conference where you've seen other teams make bigger moves.
Right.
Did I think they'd be 7 or 8? Also, yes. Points the point, if they get in the playoffs as the 8 seed, that's basically my expectation from where the season started. But after experiencing the journey that they've been through, I agree with all the points you've said about coaches, injuries, trading your all-NBA point guard, everything that's happened in between the season. It would be even more of a success than I looked at from, say, 2 months ago or 3 months ago. But I think the 39-43 makes it feel like you're only getting in on a technicality. And maybe you are, but I'm guessing some people, if that were 43-39 instead of 39-43, I suspect that number would be closer to 50-50 than saying 39-43, because 39-43 makes you feel like you're further away from accomplishing your goals than you were possibly at the start of the season.
But who cares if the record didn't look a certain way if you still got to the playoffs, which is somewhere that you've only been once in the last 20 years.
I agree. I just am trying to discern why so many people view that as a disappointment. I assume it's the same thing we always say, which is it's a matter of expectations, right? Some people had their expectations at 50 wins to start the season, and seeing 39 would feel like a disappointment. So for those people, 43 wins might not even be good enough because of where their expectations were set. I tend to agree with most of the points that you made and would actually, I'll do it right now. I will also vote yes on this poll.
Well, it ain't moving anything because so many people voted no. And I was just surprised. And whether you saw the poll from Frankie or not, 916-339-1140, those are the numbers if you want to be a part of the conversation. The Kings finished 39-43. Win both playing games, and they lose in 5 to OKC. Is that a successful season for Sacramento? 74% of Kings fans or whoever said no. 25% said yes. And I, for the life of me, cannot understand how so many people said no. If you started off this season and the whole conversation that we were having was getting to the second round. That's what this whole thing has been, getting to the second round, right? You don't get to the second round, but en route to not getting to the second round, and I get it, maybe part of that is, hey, this was, all of this was self-inflicted, but let us not forget the projections for this team were about at the 6th seed, top of the play-in. It's not as if they came in and they were projected to be the 4th seed and ended up in the 9th seed and then did this. Nobody really had them as a top half seed in the West, or even, like I said, as a 4 seed or anything like that. So I don't even know if they hadn't made any of those moves and this same thing happened. That's what's funny. I feel like if they hadn't did anything, right, and it was still Mike Brown and it was still De'Aaron Fox and it's the same thing, I think a lot more people would say it was successful. I think that the drama and all of the moves that were made is clouding how people feel, because now what we've done, and I'm guilty of it too, now what we've done is we've looked back on the Mike Brown days and De'Aaron Fox days, and we wonder, well, what if? And we'll never know. And I'm not saying that we're wrong or not, but if that Mike Brown team, after missing the playoffs, so 2 out of those 3 seasons, 3 out of 3, you would have had postseason basketball. 2 out of 3, you would have had playoff basketball, and then the last 20 years, you hadn't had anything. There's no way this many people are voting no. No way.
Right, but that would be an organization that didn't hit the panic button and blew up the season 31 games in by firing Mike Brown. It's just...
But it doesn't matter.
I think people still would have voted no if it had been the original Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox team, only because the comment section would have been all about, this was a failure because De'Aaron Fox is going to leave now. I think people still would have been under the presumption that this season is about convincing De'Aaron to stay, when that ship was sailed 31 games in. So it takes away that illusion of we're trying to build for something more. Now it just feels like we're not building on anything.
916 says the poll results make 0 sense. We're going to win a playoff game this postseason against OKC. Great results, amazing results. Might be enough to make me proud instead of being embarrassed as a Kings fan this year. Yeah, I don't get it, 916. I do not get it at all.
I think that 916 is setting their expectations in the right place, though. And I think that's a big part of it, is that a lot of people, I remember it calling into the station, a lot of people thought they were going to win 50 games this year.
But then But then they also said, you know what? All we want to do is get to the second round. So the second round is that big of a deal. I mean, I'm just Ricky Bobby in this, right? If you're not first, you're last. That's how I feel. If you're talking about a successful season as a second round, getting to the second round versus going 5 when you fired your coach and you traded De'Aaron Fox in the first round and you win a game against one of the best young teams we've seen in years. To me, it's potato.
Well, I agree with you on the second part, is that given everything that happened, going 5 in a first-round playoff series would be huge. Where I disagree is winning a playoff series would be huge for Sacramento. It hasn't happened since 2004,
sure,
but it also would have given you the idea that we're building something. Maybe De'Aaron stays in this situation. Maybe you're talking about trying to get to 50 or 55 wins next season with one more shrewd move. Making the second round would have led to a ton of optimism. Making it to the playoffs this year, I mean, some people want to just tank and keep the pick, which is how desolate of a situation this is in. Because the difference between winning a playoff series and being the 11th in the West is a much larger gap than people are giving it credit for.
On the other side, we recap how the Kings fared during their March Madness. They survived, but is it good enough for Kings fans? Apparently not. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear because I'm grilling up dinner. You get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I love this time of year when the azaleas begin to bloom and the singing birds' sweet dawn chorus remind us that blue skies and sunshine are at hand. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. In sports, the definition for the word master is one who's achieved a high degree of skill, and that will be on display in the highly anticipated golf tournament. In the furniture business, a master is a highly skilled craftsman, an artist even, whose work is coveted by those who appreciate design, quality, and durability. John Keyes was the mastermind of Naturewood Home Furnishings. He knew that you wanted your home to reflect your personal style, whether that was a plain coffee table or a masterpiece for you to enjoy forever. That's why when you walk into Naturewood Home Furnishings, you'll find the largest and best selection of the highest quality home furnishings in Northern California. Masterful. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year, but you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air, the guys in the big red trucks.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Sacramento Kings basketball.
The Sacramento Kings have moved and pulled off the improbable.
The run to the playoffs.
There's a steal by Kia. Career high 6. Breakaway. Hammer time.
On Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
1 hour down, 3 to go. Taking you up to 2 p.m. A lot of texts coming in about Frankie Carnicelli's poll results on Twitter/X, where he said, hey, you finish below 500, but you get to the playoffs. You win both play-in games, and you lose in 5. Is that a success? And what I'm gathering from some of the texts that are coming in here is that it's not necessarily about what this team does. It's about the fact that you destroyed the future of the franchise. That's how a lot of people are seeing it. So this team could go to the second round, and it wouldn't matter because this team isn't doing anything. It's almost as if you'd rather miss the playoffs with a growing team than make the playoffs with a team that isn't going anywhere. And what the 916 says is a failure because you turned a young, exciting team into an old, half-court, tough jump shot team. It's a failure because you've proven to the world that you're still the most unstable organization in the NBA. It's a failure because you sold your best asset for peanuts. Winning a random game with no real hopes in the playoffs doesn't make this season successful. So I would throw back to you, 916. Again, there is no way to make this season successful because you could go to the second round. Anything absent of winning a championship would not make this season successful because you have no future. So it doesn't matter what you do based on how you're breaking it down. You're breaking it down because the future is gone. I would say this, though, going back to how some people might be, and like I said, I did not want to move De'Aaron Fox the way that they moved De'Aaron Fox. But we're doing this thing now, this young, exciting team. Were they really?
You're saying at the start of the season?
At the start of the season? I mean, were they really this young? We're acting like the Rockets traded Amen Thompson. I mean, are we doing the thing now where because De'Aaron got moved, now your memories of the Bean team kind of are maybe changing reality? Where the Kings, and look, I did not want to move De'Aaron, but can we pump the brakes a little bit with how young? They weren't that young, number one.
Well, no.
They're all in their late 20s, so they're not that young.
Or 30s.
Or 30s.
DeMar is not in his 20s.
If your argument goes back to getting DeMar, then we can have that conversation, 916, but destroyed a young, exciting team for what they got back, sure. But I don't want to do the thing where this team was, where we kind of prop up what this team truly was. Again, the projections were 6 and 7 seed. Let's keep that in mind.
It's the 7-game win streak. That is the reason why. That was what gave people hope, was they brought in Doug and they immediately went on a win streak and had like a top 5 net rating in the league for like 3 weeks. That's what people are holding on to, because it went from that and they won 9 of 10 to now De'Aaron Fox is requesting a trade. And everyone was like, well, what happened?
But it's all connected.
Of course.
You don't get the Doug 7-game winning streak. You don't get to keep that and have De'Aaron. And we didn't know that at the time, but they did.
What would you say is the second best stretch of the season the Kings have had, outside of that winning 9 of 10 stretch?
I have no clue.
I'd say it was the first 10 games. When DeMar was at, he set the Kings record with most 20-point games to start a Kings career, and they were 6-3, and then I think he got hurt, and then Malik got hurt, and then Keegan got hurt, and all of a sudden Jay Crowder was starting a game for some reason. That was probably the next best stretch of the season that they had. It was right at the start, and it was right after they fired the coach, which is one of the most weird situations to try and navigate in terms of how good the team actually is, because quite frankly, they gave up too early. They fired Mike too soon.
And I agree with that. And I'm also on record talking about those injuries that happened early on in that season. Beginning of the season happened. They're still getting used to playing with each other. DeMar went down. Sabonis went down. Malik went down. So maybe they were young and exciting, but I'm still looking at what, again, they got back together. They got healthy, and they could not win games. So the higher-ups made a decision. I didn't necessarily agree with it, and they knew that decision was connected to De'Aaron Fox. So it's tough. But now this thing kind of turning into, oh, well, they were so good before the trade. I also don't want to do that. And we can't separate it, because we now know that that getting rid of Mike Brown was directly connected to De'Aaron Fox. The 916 is jumping back in saying, they're saying, fine, it was before the DeRozan thing. Trading for DeRozan kind of got things moving in the wrong direction. And I hear you, 916. Why is it that this team, we're going to talk about this later in the show, 12 o'clock hour is going to be a lot of fun. Why is it that this team just can't do the obvious thing, right? The Cam Johnsons of the world, the guys that make sense. We sat here, and yeah, it's our job to make everybody feel good about getting DeMar DeRozan. But Chris Watkins and I did umpteen shows. How many shows? Countless shows. Talking about who the Kings should go after. Not once did we bring up DeMar DeRozan. Not once. Chris Watkins and I went through how many shows where we talked about who the Kings should draft. Not once did we bring up Devin Carter. Not once. And that's not because we had off-the-wall thoughts. We had maybe the most typical thoughts. What everybody was thinking. Why can't they just do what everybody thinks that they should do and what seems to make the most sense? I do not know. I can't wait to get into more of that in the 12 o'clock hour. As we recap how the Kings did in their March Madness, okay, 12 of their 17 games were against teams with a top 15 net rating from January 1st to the end of February, the second hardest schedule in the NBA during that span. They were good for 6-11, their best wins, at Rockets, against the Grizzlies, against the Cavs, and you got to throw the Blazers in there. Their worst loss, the Clippers, at Suns, against the Bulls, and at Magic, all right? They lost by 15 or more to the Knicks, to the Warriors, to the Celtics, to the Thunder, and to the Magic. They were good for 22nd in net rating, which is not good, 18th in offensive rating, which is closer to bad than good, 25th in defensive rating, which is atrocious. They averaged 33.5 three-point attempts per game, which is not 40 and definitely not 50. And they did shoot 37% as a team, which was pretty good.
That would be top 10 in the league.
They just also cannot stop the other team from scoring, which is probably the bigger issue here.
Well, and they shot 37% from three, but still had an 18th in offensive rating performance, which suggests to me what Doug has been saying. They probably should have shot more threes.
Probably.
But they have Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. So.
Yeah. And Zach LaVine will get up to threes when he shoots. He shoots a lot of threes when he shoots. I would say per Zach LaVine shots, he shoots a lot of threes. He just doesn't shoot the ball that much. And DeMar DeRozan, his big toe on the line. How many of those middies do we have to watch? Those go in. He takes a step back. The threes don't go in. It's just, it kills me, man.
See, I don't know about that part, though, because DeMar DeRozan probably misses a lot of three-on-the-line shots, too. We only notice when he makes it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he takes a lot of foot-on-the-line threes that he ends up missing,
It's brutal. It is brutality.
It's crazy that they're 37.5% from the three-point line, considering I saw the stats. Sabonis made one three-pointer in the entire month of March, which obviously he missed like 10 games, but for a guy who was shooting 45% from the three-point line earlier in the season, he was like 1 for 12 from the three-point line in March.
We knew that was going to end, though, right? I don't think we knew it would go this cold, but we knew this wasn't going to last forever.
But not one in the entire month. I didn't think it would be he would hit one free throw.
He didn't play that much.
One three-pointer.
He didn't play that much.
He played like 8 games.
That's not enough. That's not enough. He's got to get his rhythm back, all right? On the other side, speaking of rhythm, Ja Morant, will he be dancing his way to Sacramento? Do you want him? Sam Amick had some things to say, called it a similar situation to De'Aaron Fox. We talk Ja Morant to Sacramento when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, for the A's to have any chance of contending this year, it will start with starting pitching. And besides the tough outing by Joey Estes in the home opener, and looking back at the Seattle series and led by offseason acquisitions Luis Severino and Jeffrey Springs, the A's starters went 23 2/3 innings. They allowed just 14 hits and 3 earned runs. Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solution, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
$916, do we really have a legit shot to get Ja? I'm going to avoid the joke there. And I don't think you even meant it as a joke, 916. Do we have a legit shot at Ja? And the jokes,
I get it.
The jokes kind of write themselves, as Shams Charania is reporting the NBA is looking into Ja Morant's most recent gun gesture in last night's Grizzlies game against the Warriors. So I'm just going to go spoiler alert here. I don't want Ja Morant. And I know I did this with Jimmy Butler, but I don't want Ja Morant in Sacramento.
Hell no.
I don't.
Hell no.
There's just,
Hell no.
I mean, you can make the argument. I mean, he's in Memphis, right? So it's not like he's in a big market now. You can make the argument, hey, Ja, there's a bunch of suburbs out here. And wasn't the whole thing that he went to private school? I don't know.
But he would also be 3,000 miles from home.
Which you're saying is a good thing?
Potentially.
So I don't know how I feel about Ja Morant and his value as far as what he could bring to the table. If I don't want another point guard that can't shoot. We already got rid of one point guard that can't shoot who doesn't do gun gestures and who is healthier than Ja Morant. So why would I want a less healthy, more haphazard point guard who is just as expensive?
You think we can be picky right now? Are you kidding? You think the Kings are able to be picky on who they bring in?
I'm not saying that the Kings can be picky. I'm just saying let's see what else is out here. I'm saying fit matters. And Malik Monk kind of forgot how to shoot. So you're going to bring in Ja Morant, and we're going to talk about how that would work anyway. But I need shooters. That's the last one, I promise. I need shooters.
You got no more shots in the tank?
0. Pros and cons of trading for Ja Morant. Here we go. Would instantly be the number, and he played great last night, but he does the Ja Morant thing where he's got to do the thing, right? He's got to do the gun thing. Would instantly be the number one option for the Kings, okay? He has 3 years of team control left. He's kind of right now, you'd call him a buy low superstar. Value is probably at the lowest it's ever been for him. And, I think another part of this is, why would the Grizzlies move off of him? Because the word on the street is that they released Taylor Jenkins of his duties because Ja Morant didn't look the same in that offense. So I don't think that the Grizzlies are going to jump to get rid of Ja, because if you were going to do that, why wouldn't you just hold on to Taylor Jenkins? Some of the cons would likely have to trade DeMar DeRozan, if you think that's a con. Trade DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Devin Carter, and multiple first-round picks to make the trade work. Is not a great DHO or pick-and-roll player with somebody like Sabonis, and that's his specialty. Does not solve the Kings on defense. I mean, he is not good on defense, and he does the gun thing from time to time. No, thank you. Thank you, next, as Ariana Grande would say.
Well, you're looking at a team theoretically in this scenario of Ja Morant, Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, Jonas Valanciunas, and I don't know, maybe they bring back LaRavia. I don't think they have the depth, so that's the tough part of it. I also don't think they have the best trade package.
And Kyle, how is this? Because I know you cooked up a lot of these pros and cons. How is that buying low for DeMar, Malik, Devin Carter, and multiple first-round picks? How in the hell is that buying low?
Because normally to acquire I shouldn't say superstar, to acquire an all-star level player in your prime, you have to trade another all-star level player in their prime to make that trade happen. The Kings would win that trade if they made that trade, because you're getting a player better than whatever the best player is you're giving up. And you could make the argument DeMar DeRozan is maybe better than Ja Morant. I'm not going to do that, but you can if you want to. So normally you have to have a player better than DeMar DeRozan to make such a deal happen. So if the Grizzlies were willing to consider the Malik Monk and young players package, because I would assume, DeRozan gets rerouted somewhere else in this deal. If the Grizzlies were to take the Malik Monk plus young players and picks package, that would be a big win for Sacramento, because I would assume the Grizzlies would try and get a win now player if they dealt Ja Morant.
530 Joe from the 530 says, Allen, I would take Ja in a minute. When you are a team like the Kings, you have to gamble on a player like Morant, a talented player that wore his welcome out in Memphis. The Kings took that chance on Chris Webber back in the day. So Joe is kind of in the same camp of you, Kyle. Can't really be picky when you're in Sacramento. But isn't this why DeMar DeRozan is on the team? We can't be picky thing, so let's just get who we can get?
Right, but the DeMar DeRozan thing could have worked. They just gave up too soon.
the 5-game losing streak, fouling a 3-point shooter. Just like Russell Westbrook. I wonder if Mike Malone will get fired because Russell Westbrook fouled a 3-point shooter.
You just need DeRozan to be a number 2 in an offense with a point center that is kind of this unique hybrid of a number 1, number 2 option, right? It was a great concept when they made the deal. Now, did I think it was going to be good enough to get them to the 3 seed? No, because I don't think DeMar DeRozan is that player, and we're seeing that bear out right now. But it was a good idea when they made it happen. It's just
to bring DeMar to Sacramento?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
For the offensive upgrade they were getting, it worked out great in spurts. It just was, they were going to probably end up in the play-in either way. I don't want to rehash the details of that, but I think it makes more sense, though, if you're going Ja Morant, Zach LaVine, Sabonis, and then filling out the rest from there, than it does LaVine, DeRozan, Monk, Sabonis, and this weird amalgamation right now. Do I think Morant, LaVine, Sabonis makes more sense than Fox, DeRozan, Sabonis? No, but the problem is they have Zach LaVine.
Right. And the question really is, yes, Ja Morant, Zach LaVine, and Sabonis, give me that over, obviously it's not that simple, but give me that over Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and Sabonis, which we know just does not work.
Yeah, and I guess I should also mention Keon would still be here in this scenario, unless Keon has to go in the trade package. But
no, you've already given them half of the roster.
I mean, that's the only way they can. I should also mention they would not have the best trade package if this Ja Morant trade were to come to fruition. Other teams would have a better package than Sacramento. It's just whether or not Memphis really thinks Malik Monk would work great in whatever the Tuomas Isolo offense they're trying to create is.
916 says, give me Ja. We need penetration and playmaking. Give me Ja. I can't believe this. Andrew Cardwell on the Sac Chat is saying Ja's a liability. I disagree. Am I being convinced now? The 916 saying get Ja and surround him with 3-point shooters. I could be convinced, but my problem is this. We can fire it up right now because I was just checking this with Desmond Bane because Patrick Beverley said that, Taylor Jenkins got a raw deal and Patrick, and Ja wasn't available. Desmond Bane wasn't available. So Desmond Bane missed about 11 games or something like that. Ja Morant, the Grizzlies have played what, close to 70 or over 70 games. I think 76 games, something like that. Ja Morant has played 46 games. 46 games. I understand. Hey, Allen, we got to take chances out here in Sacramento, but that's a lot. That's a big chance.
Well,
you got the gun stuff. You got the shoulder stuff. This brother, I get the team control. He's owed $36.7 million. He's getting paid $36.7 million this season, $39.4 million next season, $42 million after that. That's 2027. 44, almost $45 million in 2028. He shoots 30% from the 3-point range. 30% from the 3-point range. He likes to pretend to shoot guns. And he played in 46 games this season.
If he makes the all-star team or plays at an all-star level and has that contract, he's going to be a bargain under the new CBA.
Kyle, you want to know how many games he played in 2023, 2024?
Well, it's like 7, right?
9. 9 games, Kyle. You want to know how many games he played in 2022, 2023? 61.
Well, that was suspension, was why he didn't end up playing.
Okay. Oh, all right. Sorry. That was suspension. 916-339-1140. Convince me to take Ja Morant on this team or agree with me, please.
Since I know this is the direction you were going, I did temporarily
go
to the dungeon. And yes, it would be DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, and Devin Carter and multiple picks, but then obviously DeRozan would probably get rerouted somewhere else and something else would come back to Memphis. The Kings might have to take on a bad contract or something, but
Oh, well, we have one right here.
What, in Levine?
Ja Morant.
That would be a really good contract. And again, I'm going to do the if man thing. If he returns to an all-star level and he's under contract for 3 years, that's a really good contract.
You know what? It's a gamble. I'm headed to Vegas this weekend. It's a gamble that some Kings fans are willing to take. It is not a gamble that I believe I am willing to take. But I could be convinced. Bring Luke Kennard with him. Shoot some threes. Okay? I could be convinced, but right now, it's an N to the no. If not Ja, what other stars are out there? Or is it Ja? Let's keep the conversation going. Trae Young, Kyrie, Kevin Durant, let's get crazy. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
To Ja or not to Ja? That is the question. As Sam Amick reported earlier this week, the situation in Memphis is looking very De'Aaron Fox-esque. And would you be interested in Ja Morant coming to Sacramento based on what it would cost you? Malik Monk, got to go. DeMar DeRozan, got to go. Got to make the money work. He's right under $40 million right now. Ja Morant is. Would you be interested? What he brings to the table on the court, what he can get into off the court. He is, again, part of a situation here where the NBA is looking into Ja Morant using finger gun motions towards the Golden State Warriors bench last night. So that's what you're signing up for. And a guy who, I'm not going to dunk that much, but also shoots 30% from three. Are you interested in him? 916-339-1140. Couple texts coming in. 916, 2 years ago, Ja was going to be the face of the NBA. Go get him. Okay, fair enough. LB and LV saying he's 50 years old, has lived all over California, and he stayed a Kings fan, but he can't do it anymore until Vivek stops meddling in basketball operations. Just set it and forget it. And I do wonder what those levels are. You look at a Joe Lacob, it feels like, quote unquote, meddles a little bit, right? He knows what's going on, but they've been successful. It gets viewed differently. It's the level. Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, I believe, is connected to the Santa Cruz Warriors.
Isn't he like running the front office?
Yeah.
Like behind Dunleavy?
So
one of the sons?
So he's got that Nepo situation going on there, and so it's not just Vivek. All these owners do it, but it's just how you do it, and it's results. It is also results. But I hear you. I hear you, LB and LV. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Jim. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Jim? What you got for us?
Hello there. 1,000 times no on Ja Morant.
Okay.
You need culture and cohesiveness. Sabonis is creating that if you surround him with like players. For years, they've needed a big four that rebounds and can intimidate people. And last year, they go and get some 6'7" wing shooter from wherever who can't even play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for the call, Jim. Great stuff. I would say this. When you look at the priority list, right? A Ja Morant type of player is not that high on my priority list. Now, there are players good enough that will blow up your priority list because who cares? Let's go get him. I would say the Lakers, able to get Luka, was a point guard on the Lakers priority list when LeBron plays a lot of point guard and Austin Reeves does as well. No, but it's Luka, blow up the priority list. Let's just go get the talent. I don't think Ja Morant is good enough to blow up my priority list.
But it's not blow it up because they need a number two, right? Or I should say a number one scoring option. Unless DeMar DeRozan is coming back next year, they need a number one scoring option.
Right.
And if Ja Morant is available, and we can go through some of the other names it could be instead of Ja Morant, it might be the best one out there if Memphis is willing to play ball. I'm not saying Memphis will play ball. I'm just saying in a world where Memphis is willing to play ball on a Ja Morant plus, a Malik Monk plus picks plus whatever they can flip for DeRozan deal, then it might be something worth trying for the Kings. And it would get them, at least for the next 2 years, it would give them a plan again, right? The next 2 years are going to be Ja, Zach LaVine, and Sabonis and Keegan.
Sure, and Zach LaVine, we know he can shoot the rock. Keegan Murray, we know. Let's just play the game, fine. Ja Morant we know he can distribute the basketball. He's had some crazy assist type games, which is funny because is that what Ja actually wanted? Because Taylor Jenkins now out. Ja had kind of his crazy numbers. He hadn't had a game like last night. It felt like in a very long time, right? Last night was very vintage. Ja's going to get to the rack, and there's nothing you can do about it, and he's going to flex on you, and his pops is right there in the front row. It was very much, what was that, 2022?
Yeah, party in my city.
That's right. That's what it felt like last night. So it can be that, but then if you throw a double on Ja, whatever it is, you got Keegan ready to shoot. You got Zach LaVine ready to shoot. So that's the four of them right there. I don't know who that fifth starter is. Is it Keon?
It's Keon or Laravia, depending on, who goes or doesn't in the trade, or maybe it's someone who's not on the team right now.
I mean, am I convincing myself?
It might end up being Conchar, because they'd probably have to take Conchar back in the deal, which is not a good contract, but whatever. They might have to take Conchar.
I feel like I'm starting to convince myself if it wasn't for the off the court stuff, I think that I could get there. Because here's the thing about doing trades, right? I honestly feel like sometimes, as much as people will want to, rag on Sacramento, whatever it is, it's also a situation where if you're the Grizzlies, depending on who is interested, you don't want that to come back and bite you in the butt. So the first thing I'm going to look at if I'm the Grizzlies is the Eastern Conference, right? That's number one. Number two, if it's not the Eastern Conference and I'm looking through all these teams on the West, and who you think it could come back to bite you, the Sacramento Kings are at the bottom of that list. So I feel like the Grizzlies would be more willing to play ball with the Sacramento Kings than a lot of other teams in the West. I think obviously they would first look at the East, but besides that, a lot of other teams in the West, they would say, I mean, he goes to Sacramento, probably not going to come back and sting us.
Well, it also depends who is the best player they're going to get in a trade, right? Because if they can flip Ja Morant for Trae Young, they probably consider that more than anything Sacramento can put on the table.
Yeah, well, sure, but I honestly, and I know we're going to get to some of those names, I just don't necessarily think that I've kind of come around on this. I don't think Atlanta's going to move Trae Young.
I don't think so either, but it's just a matter of what Memphis can get back in a potential trade, right? If you're trying to do a deal with Portland, I don't think they value Anthony Simons more than Malik Monk.
No.
So it just depends on who wants to play ball. And I will acknowledge again, the Kings would not have the best trade package for Ja Morant. But if the Grizzlies get into this offseason and say, we are moving Ja, then Sacramento's in at least a better position than some of the contenders in the Western Conference because they wouldn't have to part with a core piece. I mean, DeRozan being a core piece, but he hasn't, been on the team as long versus, a Warriors having to part with a Draymond Green potentially, or, it's another team like the Clippers having to part with Norm Powell or James Harden. It's not the same apples to apples situation.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can definitely be convinced. I don't want to say goodbye to Malik Monk, but I do know this. Watching the games last night, this team has to make more sense. And you surround Ja with shooters, guys that can shoot the basketball. That is a situation where I do think he could flourish. And at least you legitimately have, and it's crazy because these guys get into the league so young. So Ja right now is 25 years old. So he's 25 years old, a little younger than De'Aaron Fox. And I'll stand on it. We did this, I think, at the beginning of the season or at the end of last season, where I said I'd rather have De'Aaron Fox than Ja Morant. And I still feel like that. But that ship has sailed. So now you have to figure out what's next, right? And where this team goes next. Somebody on the text line is bringing up that you have to go in this direction or think about this direction because of how Monty drafts, right? How are you getting that big swing, and we don't know how this season is going to end. Probably not going to get that draft pick. So what happens there? So I do think that the Kings have to think outside the box, as long as they are also understanding the cohesiveness of the teams and the fit of these teams, which I do not think they did during the De'Aaron Fox trade. So take a beat, take a step back, right? I can understand the Ja Morant thing if you surround him with and we also talked about the pick and roll with Sabonis. How does that work? I think they could grow to figure it out. Is it a gamble we're taking? I'm still leaning towards no, but everyone has done a pretty good job of at least convincing me if it's the best that we can do. If it's between that and running it back, then yes, I would rather Ja than running it back, and I don't care if the team would have more time together. I do not care.
Yeah, it would be, again, I'm just throwing a name out there. It would be Tobias Harris, Malik Monk, and Devin Carter on whatever amalgamation of this team is, or Ja Morant. But the problem is, to get Ja Morant, you would have to part with picks that make it where is Ja Morant, Zach LaVine, and Domantas Sabonis for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
That's who you got. You would have to part with all the young players and picks to make it like those are your, and Keegan in there too. So those four, those are your guys. Do you think you can compete with Ja Morant, Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis?
I think you could. And you still have, I think you would be able to hold on to Jonas Valanciunas, guys like that.
You would have Valanciunas and Keon, but Keon would then probably leave in free agency after 26.
And we'll worry about that when we worry about it. When we return, when you're watching the rotations of the Kings, Doug cannot break these two golden rules. And against Indiana, he broke both of them. We'll tell you what they are and how he can stop doing it and get the Kings some more W's. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year. But you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiOJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigiOJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home with a 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
The word "for" has been used in golf for centuries, and its origins can be traced to the Middle Ages. According to historians, the word "for" is derived from the Old English word meaning before or in front of. In those days, the term was used to warn people of incoming arrows during archery practice. Another theory suggests that 4 has military connections. During the 19th century, artillery officers would yell 4 to warn their troops of incoming shells. This practice may have carried over to golf. The most popular theory, however, is that 4 has Scottish roots. In Scotland, 4 caddy was used to describe a person who walked ahead of the golfers to spot where their ball landed. The 4 caddy would then yell 4 to warn the golfers if their ball was heading towards another golfer or a spectator. Today, 4 is used to warn golfers or spectators of an errant shot. Whether it's derived from the Middle Ages, military practice, or Scottish roots, 4 has become an integral part of the game of golf, and now you know why. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Zach Geloff underwent surgery to repair his right hand, and he's likely to be out 6 to 8 weeks. Second base duties will be a battle between Max Schumann and Max Muncy. Brady Basso and his left shoulder strain continues to go through a throwing program, and the A's are hopeful that he can begin pitching in minor league games shortly after the start of the regular season. On the court, Malik Monk makes his return from illness as the Kings push to make the play-in. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hi, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they've won over $500 million in settlements. Downtown LA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call Downtown. Text Injury Help to 40222. That's Injury Help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
So many names. It is going to be a fun off season. It will definitely be a fun off season with everything that is going on with the Kings, whether or not they'll have the pick or not. What will happen with Monty McNair, the front office, a lot of good storylines to follow through in the summer. And we'll have baseball, Giants baseball, A's baseball right here in Sacramento. So, peeling back the curtain, a lot of people, content creators, radio hosts, they kind of fear the summer a little bit because, oh my goodness, right? But we haven't even really talked football. Football is going to be coming back. You got the draft. Who does what? What do the Niners do? What do the Raiders do? So there's a lot. There's definitely a lot, as we will be with you every single day, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Plus, at least this summer, we have WNBA, because next summer, they going on strike.
Yeah. So we got WNBA too. There's plenty to break down, plenty to talk about. And right now, we're going to get into the golden rules, okay? So I saw this and I thought it was interesting. This is from Ben on Twitter, on X. OsSack1 is his name. And Ben cooked this up, and he said, from what I've gathered, right, there are 2 simple rules that Doug cannot break on this team, specifically with Jake LaRavia and Devin Carter out. The 2 simple rules go like this. Number 1, when it comes to DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, and Zach LaVine, you can't play all 3 of them on the floor. You can't do it. You also can't necessarily only have one of them on the floor because it's not enough scoring. So Ben's sweet spot is to always have 2 out of those 3 on the floor, or we would say, 95% of the time. 2 out of those 3 when it comes to DeMar, Malik, and Zach LaVine. Ben's second golden rule, okay, Keegan Murray or Keon Ellis has to be on the floor at all times. They don't have to be on the floor together, but Keegan or Keon have to be on the floor at all times, or like I said, 90 whatever percent of the time. In that Pacers game, Ben says Doug managed to break both rules multiple times, and they were a -9 in the 7 minutes of the all three of those guys, Malik, DeRozan, and Zach LaVine. They were a -9 in 7 minutes where that happened,
including the closing lineup.
Yes, without both Keegan or Keon. So he breaks it down. It's really nicely done. He breaks it down by quarter, and it from 9:03 to 7:18 in the fourth quarter, the Kings were a -7. Okay, and in those minutes, he broke the rule of no Keegan or Keon, and he broke the rule having all three of those guys on the court. So he broke that rule, and then this is what we had noticed as well, Kyle. From the 3-minute mark to 52 seconds, he broke that rule again by having all three, Malik, DeRozan, and Zach LaVine, on the floor as their closing lineup. So both of those situations, they were a -7 in the first stint. They were a -3 in that second stint. He goes on to write, and at the end of the third quarter, again, 2 minutes, 38 seconds to the end of the quarter, had all three of them, and no Keegan, no Keon. They were a -4. Ben goes on to write, throwing out lineups without both Keegan and Keon is inexcusable at this point of the season, especially with both LaRavia and Carter out. How are we still here? So I thought that was really illuminating as we tried to put kind of, and we've broken down, hey, those three, I don't know how much they should be playing together, even though they were the starting lineup for majority of this time since the trade. But seeing it written like this with the plus or minus and Doug continuing to break these rules, it's very simple. And Ben goes on to write, this formula is simple. 2/3 of Sabonis, Valanciunas, or Lyles plus 2 defenders. And he includes LaRavia, Devin Carter, and obviously Keegan and Keon. Some combination of that, going back to that Grizzlies game, that's when the Kings are cooking. And I get it. LaRavia hasn't been available. Devin Carter hasn't been available. So maybe Doug feels like it's harder to get back to that. But you still cannot do the 3. And again, if you're going to do the 3, you cannot be missing Keegan or Keon. The LaVine, Monk, DeRozan minutes, they just don't work. And they're not going to work.
Yeah, that was especially clear at the end of the last game where just Monk doesn't give you anything when DeMar goes into his office in clutch time. And I know that stinks, but like, I guess you're just better served with Keon at that point if you're going to just run the DeMar DeRozan just goes in his office offense in the final 5 minutes. I commend people like Ben and you for trying to piece this whole puzzle together, because the fundamental issue is roster construction, but trying to make sense out of this weird roster from the defensive aspect and what they have to keep on the defensive end of the floor. Because 2 defensive guys being on the floor at any given time should not be the make or break between you winning 43 games and winning 38 games. But that's where the Kings are at this point, because the roster construction makes no sense. I really like the 2 golden rules, though, at the very beginning. That makes it easy and simple to kind of understand how it all goes together, which is you can't play 3 of the scorers at the same time, but you also can't play just 1. Mm-hmm. So your perfect happy medium is to always have 2 on the floor.
So if you're thinking about that run or the runs that the Kings went on, Doug followed the golden rule from the beginning of the third quarter to the 2:38 mark. In that third quarter, they were +3 during that time span. He followed the golden rules from the 12-minute mark in the fourth quarter to the 9:03 mark in the fourth quarter, +4. I mean, it's right there.
Yeah, they're giving it to you. And the other part of it that I think is interesting is in that second quarter run from 8:11 to 1:54, that was the only point of the game where Zach was really in his bag.
Yeah.
Like hitting 3-pointers, getting to the rack, and it was only +4, which is what they sacrificed on defense. But that's where you can maybe get the best out of Zach LaVine.
But it's still a plus. It's +4 in 7 minutes.
You'll take it.
7 minutes of play, but they followed the golden rule. They did not have all 3 of them.
And you had Zach LaVine playing at his best, and then they came out at the start of the third quarter and they ran the exact same system. So I really like the 2 golden rules at the top. Those, and again, if Jake LaRavia comes back, we can improvise and adapt.
Exactly.
But as it stands right now, I like those 2 as the golden rules. Because even with Devin Carter out, I feel like you can get away with swapping Devin Carter for Markelle Fultz and not see a significant drop-off. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but I think at this point you could make that swap and it'll be okay.
Ja Morant. Ramona Shelburne has some things to say. And if Ja Morant is available, should the Kings consider trading for him? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, for the A's to have any chance of contending this year, it will start with starting pitching. And besides the tough outing by Joey Estes in the home opener, and looking back at the Seattle series and led by offseason acquisitions Luis Severino and Jeffrey Springs, the A's starters went 23 2/3 innings. They allowed just 14 hits and 3 earned runs. Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solution, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
We're super excited to announce that the new Truck Center is now open at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And it's easy to find from anywhere. They're centrally located right across from the Hagen Oaks Golf Course. At Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, you never have to sacrifice great service to get a good deal. They make sure you're treated the way you deserve to be treated. Showing time and time again that Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, it's the place where a handshake still means something. I mean, that's the reason why people are coming from all over town. Elk Grove, Folsom, Woodland, Roseville. Stop on in and experience the difference for yourself.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Business taxes. Was stressing about all the time and all the money you spent on your taxes.
This is my bill?
Now Business Taxes is a TurboTax small business expert who does your taxes for you and offers year-round advice at no additional cost, so you can keep more money in your business. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com/business. Only available with TurboTax Live full service.
I love this time of year when the azaleas begin to bloom and the singing birds' sweet dawn chorus remind us that blue skies and sunshine are at hand. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. In sports, the definition for the word master is one who's achieved a high degree of skill, and that will be on display in the highly anticipated golf tournament. In the furniture business, a master is a highly skilled craftsman, an artist even, whose work is coveted by those who appreciate design, quality and durability. John Keyes was the mastermind of Naturewood Home Furnishings. He knew that you wanted your home to reflect your personal style, whether that was a plain coffee table or a masterpiece for you to enjoy forever. That's why when you walk into Naturewood Home Furnishings, you'll find the largest and best selection of the highest quality home furnishings in Northern California. Masterful. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
We're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
12 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top. If Ja Morant becomes available, should Sacramento consider trading for him? 530 or the 510 says, should the Kings trade for Ja? Does a bear bleep in the woods? Absolutely. That's from the 510. The 530 has an interesting question. Do you guys honestly think the Kings have ever had a bona fide superstar during the Sacramento era? History shows that's how you win championships. This formula ain't going anywhere. Well, I guess that depends on your definition of superstar. I think Boogie probably was a superstar, but superstar doesn't always translate to winning, I guess. You could say that as well. If they traded for Ja Morant, he'd probably be the biggest superstar, but, it was just yesterday we read an anonymous GM said that Ja is not a guy that can win multiple series for you. Right, between the injuries and the stuff. By the way, Brett Siegel is reporting that a suspension is unlikely for Ja, but Adam Silver was very displeased with the hand gesture. So you have that as well. But it really just depends on your definition of superstar. I don't think De'Aaron Fox is a superstar. I don't think Domantas Sabonis is a superstar. Chris Webber, you could make a case. And Boogie Cousins, you can make a case, but I get what you're saying. 530, there's just not a lot running around.
That quote that we mentioned yesterday is part of the Ramona Shelburne story, which I would encourage everyone to just read. It's really, really interesting just what's going on in Memphis right now. Like, as weird as they fired a coach to not placate to a star is in Sacramento, Memphis's situation is weird because they fired assistant coaches, brought in new ones to run this innovative European style of offense, but then they went away from that offense, and Ja Morant didn't like that they were going away from that offense, so then they fired the coach that brought in the offense. Yeah. It's all very interesting what's happening there, but the other detail that we didn't read yesterday is that Memphis's commitment to Ja Morant is much more than lip service. It's not much more than lip service at this point. They can say it as much as they want, but there's doubts around the league about whether Memphis is committed to Ja Morant or not.
Yeah, the Grizzlies, they revamped Taylor Jenkins' staff last summer because they wanted to experiment with the new style of offense. They got rid of DHOs and pick and rolls. They hired Isalo, who comes from innovative European offense, emphasizing 1v1 matchups and increased pace. Started 35-16, then players adjusted, and they were losing to elite teams. Went back to the pick and roll offense, which frustrated Ja Morant and others. And then there was fighting on the bench. Zach Kleiman fired him now instead of after a first-round exit because he's hoping Isalo can help clarify the offense that had become muddled in its attempt at radical simplicity. So, I mean, my biggest thing there is what's the difference between, and it's tough because Ja wasn't on the court, but what's the difference between the offense in it's a party in my city time, Ja, and the offense that Ja and the team didn't like with the DHOs and the pick and rolls? What was that offense from 2022?
I don't know about that, but what was so interesting about the offense, I think Kleiman, the general manager, was really excited about is this style of offense that Isalo and they mentioned Noah LaRoche, who came from the Spurs in the story. The offense they were trying to run specifically, it was unique, but it was also very different and played to Ja Morant's strengths, which was the most interesting part. I think part of the reason why they did that was in a concerted effort to be like, this style of offense is going to help Ja Morant's game. And they were winning games. Obviously, Ja missed some of them, but they were winning a lot early in the season. And I think they interviewed Draymond in the story, and Draymond's like, yeah, man, this offense is tough to defend. It's like we haven't really prepared for it. So I think the vision was that this new offense they would have would help Ja Morant. And I think Taylor Jenkins' downfall at the end was going away from that offense, even though players were kind of confused because they had never ran this offense before.
Right. Well, it's one of those things where you start losing games, so you make decisions and you make rash decisions and you're looking for answers, right? Throughout this season, you start to lose games and you're looking for answers and you revert back to what you think is going to work, again, to what has worked in the past, and you kind of get away from the process and you run into a GM and a group that doesn't like that you went away from the process, so much so that we're not going to have a conversation. We're just going to fire you over it. So that's where that is. As far as where Memphis is, I know that they were in some of the conversations for Kevin Durant. So maybe that's where they look to go, because what I'm struggling with as Ja Morant might become available, what I'm struggling with is, again, you have these guys, and I saw something, there was a certain timeline, and Ja Morant had actually missed more games than Zion Williamson, even though both those guys, same draft, just kind of a rough stretch for them. But what I'm struggling with is we keep looking at how these teams rebuild. And this goes back to how you tank or whatever and retool and rebuild and try to figure out where to go. So you have a Memphis team. You would call Ja a hit, right? He's not Anthony Bennett. You wouldn't say that it was a bust.
He's better than RJ Barrett.
Right. You would say that they hit on Ja. So you hit on Ja. You hit on Desmond Bane with the 30th pick. You hit on Jaren Jackson. You make the requisite moves, and you still find yourself in a position where it didn't work. This goes back to the whole tanking thing and how tough it is. Oh, we're just going to tank and be OKC. Oh, we're just going to tank and be the Rockets. No, well, you're probably not. Now, again, if on that stretch you get the success that the Grizzlies did have, and they went to a couple playoff series with Ja, don't get me wrong. And if that's the goal, then sure. But this idea of being tanking will end in being a championship contender, that's not really always the case.
Well, and people forget, only because they got bounced out of the playoffs and the whole Ja Morant gun suspension, they were the 2 seed
right
the year that the Kings were in the playoffs. Like, that was not that long ago.
Yeah.
And last year they had injuries and bottomed out. But to your point about them hitting on the picks, they hit again. Zach Edey at the 9 pick, looking like a great selection. Jalen Wells in the second round.
Jalen Wells.
That's looking like a great pick.
I don't know. Gigi Jackson, I don't know if he's injured or not, but that dude can play too.
Santi Aldama was a first round pick.
They had Jake LaRavia.
Yeah, Jake LaRavia is the worst one of the bunch. Jake LaRavia.
And we're begging for him to get on the court in Sacramento.
We're begging for him to stay, and he's the worst pick Memphis had of their last 6 years. So all of that is interesting. It's why I find Memphis so fascinating, because they've done everything right.
Yeah.
Their problem is they never got a top 10 player in the league that you have to compete for a championship.
Yeah.
They thought Ja Morant was going to be that. And obviously that it seems like they're even questioning now whether Ja Morant can ever get back to being that person. Because it seemed like this year was about retooling an offense to build around Ja Morant. And depending on who they hire this offseason, it will decide what direction they're going in, because do they say we just can't build around Ja Morant?
The same thing with the Blazers and Scoot Henderson, right? Kyle asked me the question, is there someone who's going to be a perennial all-star on that team? Because that's where it starts with the tanking. I said there's someone that can maybe be an all-star a couple times, but I was not very confident when I said it. This tanking ain't easy. That's what the streets say. Tanking ain't easy. Look at the Sixers, 916-339-1140. Let's get to Ashley. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Ashley? What you got for us?
So not a whole lot, but first off, I want to talk about the Ja Morant situation.
Okay.
As far as bringing him to Sacramento, I think I would be okay with it if we were going to give up DeRozan, even if we had to touch maybe a first or two, just because he is younger, obviously, than DeRozan. He has had some injury issues, but I think he might be able to fill a role left by De'Aaron's absence. The last thing I want to mention is the other day the radio station was talking about, well, what do Kings fans want from the ownership? And I think it's just them to keep the word that they said that they were going to do when they bought the team, which was, this is our team, and we're going to have basketball people making basketball decisions. And that's not what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for the call, Ashley. And I want to answer that on the other side, because it's very clear that Jerry Jones is in the mix, right? What's happening in Sacramento, it's a little less clear. It's a little cloudier, but I do think that a lot of us are on the same page. And, a lot of people had some things to say about Sam Amick's article, but that was kind of illustrating what exactly is going on out here. And Ashley speaking to it. We've had a couple texts speak to it as far as where exactly the line stops for ownership and where it starts as far as basketball making decisions and who they are bringing into the fold. We will also break down a scenario where the Kings can make the play-in and keep the pick. Didn't think that could happen, did you? Well, we cooked it up. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
For 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Somebody on the Sack chat, Brent Curry, said, how do I tell Alexa to play Sacktown Sports? She's ticking me off. I just tried on my phone. I know that's not Alexa. I said, play Sacktown Sports, and my phone said, playing Allen Stiles from Sacktown Sports.
Huh. How about that?
Yeah. So I don't know, Brent. Try play Sacktown Sports 1140. I didn't even say 1140. I just said Sacktown Sports. Play Allen Stiles Show on Sacktown Sports. Tell us if you get it, Brent, because I'm sure other people have that. Oh, he got it. Brent says he got it.
Just took a few tries, Alexa.
Great stuff. Thanks, Alexa, as we take you up to 2 p.m. So Ashley called before the break. Ashley is in the same camp of some of our texters. The ownership needs to stop meddling. And I think that it's interesting because it isn't as obvious. I mean, Jerry Jones is literally, what is he? He's the owner and president and GM, all of it.
Well, now I think his son is like
Sure.
the president by title, but yes.
Yes, but he's making trade. He traded for Trey Lance and nobody else knew. That's what Jerry Jones is saying. So there is some level of there's a scale, right? So King's ownership is not on the same scale, or it's not Jerry Jones, and who's a really quiet owner that we just never hear about. Whoever.
The guy who owns the Vikings, who always is A+ on the, I think
There
it's
you
Ziggy
go.
Wolf. He's always A+ on the report card.
So on the scale of Jerry Jones to Wolf, right, where does King's ownership land? I'm really torn on this one, and I'm not trying to just do the thing because we're the flagship. I really don't know. I mean, I guess by default, they're closer to Jerry Jones simply because of his kids and how they've been involved. But I don't think it is. I know that he has a couple. It's all been it just hasn't been as straightforward as Jerry made the trade for Trey Lance and nobody knew, right? So he's not doing that. But what we hear is, well, word on the street is they've loved Zach LaVine for a very long time. Word on the street is they've loved Doug Christie for a very long time. That's the type of stuff that we hear. So I wonder, to the Ashleys of the world and people that want him to stop meddling, that's the tough part. And this is the whole thing with ownership. When you've become incredibly successful in your life to the point where you can buy your own sports team, you feel like you kind of can't lose, right? You feel like anything I touch turns to gold. And the fact that I have this team, yeah, I might not know that much about basketball, but hell, I did not know much about X, and I became a billionaire. So I can figure this thing out. It's not rocket science.
Or in the case of Vivek, he didn't know anything about basketball until 2006.
So there's a level of, I think I can figure this out because I've been incredibly successful in my life, and I've really figured out anything that I've tried to figure it out, right? Then you have the Nepo situation where his daughter is involved. She was with Stockton, no longer with Stockton. So when people chime in and they say, the LB from LV said, I'm 50 years old and I'm not following until he's done. He's done. I do feel like maybe it's not impossible, but he is not as involved as some of these other owners. It could be worse, but sure. Does it feel like his handprints are maybe too much on it? Maybe. And that's not just me. Other hosts on this here station have alluded to it as well. I don't know that it's to the point where he is standing in the way. And I get it. If you put everything on a Jerry Jones scale, that's not the best thing to do either. But I also feel like it hasn't been as egregious as other stuff that we've seen.
So here's why I'm struggling to answer the question, and maybe the text line and the SAC chat and other people can help. But where I'm struggling is that so much of this business gets done in the shadows that I might know details about how involved Vivek is. I don't know how involved the owner of the Panthers is on a day-to-day basis, meddling with that organization. So it's hard to create the scale because so much of this business gets done in the shadows, and you need the Sam Amick's and the people of those sorts to bring some of that to light, like they've done extensively with Woody Johnson with the Jets. We know that dude is super meddlesome and his kids are running the team because there's tons of reporting that says his kids are running the team. But there's all sorts of organizations where all of this business gets done in the shadows that it's hard to properly evaluate where Vivek ranks among all these meddlesome owners or governors.
And again, success matters. And I could make the argument that Vivek does not meddle any more than Joe Lacob. But the Warriors are the Warriors, so fans don't really complain about that because you get parades.
Because Joe Lacob bought the team and they had Steph Curry.
Exactly.
And Vivek bought the team and they had Jimmer Fredette.
But both, Joe Lacob is not hands-off. He said that basketball was secondary and they're creating an experience. They said they wanted to make a theme park, a Warriors theme park. This is crazy stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, the dude's kind of a nut, but this is why, and you talked a second ago about the arrogance of I succeeded in one field, therefore I can succeed in another. This conflation
and by the way, I would definitely be that person as well.
Right, but that's the arrogance of success in America, right? Like money is conflated to success, and therefore if you have a certain amount of money, it is therefore believed that it is a byproduct of you as a person and your success.
That's
when
right.
There's so many other factors at play.
No, you're damn right it is. It's all me. It's all me.
And that's what leads to the arrogance and the success or the Pat Riley disease of me situation where conflating the success or conflating money to success or conflating money to ability sometimes makes it more difficult for people to enter completely different like completely different worlds like professional sports and think they can translate that exact same success when Joe Lacob is only Joe Lacob because of Steph Curry.
If I hit the lotto today and it was $1 billion, and I get it. Yes, I did. I played baseball a very long time ago, but I would buy the Stockton Ports, and you are damn right. I would be making all the moves just based on me feeling. And I did nothing. I just bought the right ticket, but I would then say, now this is my team. I'm going to do what I want with it.
Well, here's where I would say it's a little different. Before you do that, you're probably setting aside some money for your daughter's, college fund potentially.
Well, they got to figure it out.
Okay, maybe not.
I'm kidding.
Your parents are taken care of, your daughter's taken care of, all that stuff.
That goes without saying, Kyle.
But it's important to say that because this becomes then a plaything for you. If the Stockton Ports are doing X, Y, or Z, it doesn't matter to you. It's just this plaything, this toy that you can go into, which, by the way, professional sports are great when they get treated that way. The problem is a lot of these sports teams are billion-dollar businesses where you can't afford to just run it like a play toy because you have billion-dollar decisions you have to make running these organizations.
So I hear what everyone is saying. I guess to me, outside of some of the articles that have been written, and everybody was mad at Sam Amick, but now it keeps getting referenced. Outside of this, I just need more information on what exactly is happening in those rooms and who is vetoing what and who is ratifying what. And then I would feel more confident to speak on, they got to stop doing X, Y, and Z. We don't necessarily have a scale of how involved each owner is with their NBA team, whether it's that or NBA or whatever the case, or NFL, whatever the case may be. So I understand, and I definitely agree that there are owners out there that are less involved, but at the same time, it gets viewed as differently because of what's happened. If it comes out, again, Monty McNair wore the Mike Brown thing. Sam kind of said maybe that wasn't the case. We'll see. On the other side, we are talking about that fun scenario where the Kings can make the play-in and keep the pick. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. When buying a new grill, every detail matters. For March, grab a $149 gift with purchase of every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill, including a pizza lover starter kit and much more. More March savings include up to $79 off Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel that boasts quality. See how Napoleon will help you achieve the perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today with your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Rox Tech, Michelob Ultra, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITPFest.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
There's no better time than now to get yourself into a brand new Jeep because it's Jeep Adventure Days at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, offering the best deals in town and a selection other dealers are jealous of. Stop on by. They're just off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
At SMUD, we power business with incentives, strategic account advisors, 50% lower rates, and clean energy solutions. We help businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Okay, so this is something I haven't seen anybody else talk about. Anybody. And I am trusting Kyle Ledbetter here. And Dave, a couple days ago, it was Monday, where we said that we had found something, kind of an Easter egg, if you will, with Easter around the corner. And I'm going to hand this over to Kyle. And this is something that you have not heard on any other show. I shouldn't say that for certain, but I don't think you have. On any other show, on any other station, on any other platform, everyone's been talking about how the Kings can keep the pick. And it always comes down to missing the play-in, right? Well, Kyle has done his Nicolas Cage thing and found a way that the Kings can both keep the pick and make the play-in. Obviously, if they make the playoffs, it's gone. But if they lose in the play-in, we've been assuming the only way the Kings can keep their pick is by falling out of the play-in and is by missing the play-in, right? But thanks to the Atlanta Hawks and the Orlando Magic and their respective winning streaks, the Kings are now in play to potentially move up a spot in the lottery, and that would allow the Kings to, like we assume, lose in the play-in, but still get the pick. Obviously, you make the playoffs, and the pick is gone. And now Kyle is handling a call, so I will kick this off. If these three things happen, the Kings will make the play-in and keep the pick. First things first, the Kings finish with the 10th seed, and they don't advance out of the play-in. And I'll have Kyle confirm, I believe they can win the first game, but as long as they, again, don't make the playoffs, lose the second game, that has to happen. Atlanta and or Orlando finish with a better regular season record than the Kings. Okay? The Kings are 36-39. The Hawks are 36-39. And the Magic are 37-40. The third thing, Atlanta or Orlando loses twice in the play-in tournament, and they miss the playoffs. So they miss the playoffs. So, number one, the Kings finish with the 10th seed, don't get out of the play-in. So I'll confirm with Kyle, maybe they can't be the 9th seed. We'll confirm there. Atlanta and or Orlando finish with a better regular season record than the Kings, so one of them. And last but not least, Atlanta or Orlando loses twice in the play-in, and they miss the playoffs. So those are the things that if all three of those things happen, the Kings could move up a spot in the lottery and still keep their pick, even though they will make the play-in. Okay, Kyle, are you done with your conversation on the phone?
Yes, I had to get Draper set up in Washington.
Oh my,
for today.
Of course. So lead all the way for your segment, and it gets hijacked by Draper himself.
All
okay,
right.
Kyle, you heard. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but just confirming with number one. I read all three of them off. The only questions I had with number one: do they have to be the 10th seed?
Yes.
Okay.
They would have to be the 10 seed. So again, the reason people keep saying they have to miss the play-in in order to keep the pick is because it's top 12 protected, right?
Right.
So the way that the NBA does the draft lottery is by just ranking the teams that miss the playoffs 1 through 14.
Okay.
And for all of March, because the Western Conference is so much better than the East, every team 7 through 10 in the Western Conference was better than every team 7 through 10 in the East.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, no matter who lost in the play-in, the highest remaining seed would be 14, or the worst record would be 14, and the best record would be 13 of the two West teams that missed the playoffs. But now there is this fun situation where if one of the teams in the East finishes with a better record than the Kings and misses the playoffs, losing in the play-in, then that team would have 14. Whoever misses the playoffs in the West, other than the Kings, would have 13. And then the Kings would be 10. Or would be the 10 seed, highest remaining seed in the West, and they would get the 12 pick, or at least the 12th best odds, which is a pretty good chance of being the 12th pick. So technically the Kings could be the 9 seed only if the 10 seed makes the playoffs, right? So if the Kings are the 9, lose to the 10, and then the 10 beats the Clippers or Timberwolves, they could technically still have this situation. I would not bet on that to happen, but it could theoretically happen.
So in the last part of this, on number 3, Atlanta, can you explain Atlanta or Orlando loses twice in the play-in and misses playoffs? Can you explain that?
Yes. So in this situation, you have to have the Kings be the worst team out of the West to miss the playoffs, most likely the 10 seed.
Right.
And you have to have Atlanta or Orlando finish with a better record than the Kings in the regular season. Now, right now, neither of those have happened, right? The Kings, if they win tonight, would be a half game better than Atlanta and a full game better than the Magic. So neither of those things have happened right now. But in a scenario where, let's say Atlanta gets the 7, okay, just for number 3 example, let's say Atlanta gets the 7. If Atlanta is the 7 at 41 wins and the Kings are the 10 at 40 wins and both teams miss the playoffs, then the Kings would have higher odds than Atlanta.
I see what you're saying.
Therefore, a better chance at getting the number 12 pick in the draft, which the difference between 13 and 12 is like a 4% chance to keep the pick and a 92% chance to keep the pick. So the goal is just, will they have, what Kings fans should be rooting for in this weird situation is Atlanta and Orlando to win a lot of games in the regular season and then lose in the play-in. Now, if Atlanta and Orlando both finish with a better record, I guess you could throw Miami in there too. I think it's less likely it'll be Miami, but you could throw Miami in there. If the 7 and 8 in the East both finish with a better record than the Kings, and the Kings miss the playoffs, then it's guaranteed that one of those teams will lose in the 7-8 game, obviously.
Right.
So then you want that you if the Kings lose in their 9-10 and you have that situation, Kings fans are going to be praying that whoever loses that 7-8 game then loses in the 8-9, play-in situation. I know that's convoluted, but
you think
there is a situation where if they end up in the 10 seed, which is where they are at right now, don't make the playoffs, they could still keep the pick. They just need desperately Atlanta or Orlando to win a bunch of games in the regular season, but still lose in the play-in, and they would get the 12th pick.
Wow. Well, there you have it. And that's why you haven't heard it anywhere else, because it is some real deep digging that we're doing here at Sacktown Sports 11.
In the play-in week, this will all become more of a topic. I'm just giving you the sneak peek right now, 2 weeks ahead. Because if the Kings lose on that Wednesday in the play-in, Friday and Thursday, every show, every Kings person is potentially going to be talking about this scenario.
And you can say that the Allen Stiles Show and Kyle Ledbetter, they were on this weeks ago. I didn't really know what they were talking about, but they were on this weeks ago. Thank you for that, Kyle. Good breakdown. The 530 says, no interest in losing the play-in. Make the play-in and make the playoffs. This team is too talented to be this bad. Well, I agree with you there, 530. They definitely are talented. And that goes back to the conversation that we had about the Kings, whether or not would you rather make the playoffs and lose in the first round, most likely, or keep the pick? Now, I think that's a conversation then whether making the playoffs is a success or not, because I think that making the playoffs would be a success. But if you're asking me, would I rather a quote-unquote successful season and making the playoffs or keeping the pick, I'd rather keep the pick.
Can I give you the one dastardly scenario that could happen here? I forgot to mention while we were doing this.
Sure,
I'm just going to simplify it for people.
Okay.
Let's say the Kings get the 10 seed and lose in the play-in, and the entire pick situation comes down to one game, which is if Orlando loses, they keep the pick. If the 9-10 winner wins, if the 9-10 winner loses, they lose the pick. If the Orlando loses the 8-9 game, or the Kings keep the pick. There could be a situation where Kevin Huerter and the Chicago Bulls have to win so that the Kings can keep the draft pick they owe to Atlanta because of the Kevin Huerter trade.
Now that is funny.
That would be hilarious.
Yes. Now that I'm with serendipitous, that is the irony there. I am in on.
It is. If Kevin Huerter and the Bulls make the playoffs, the Kings keep the pick. If Kevin Huerter and the Bulls lose to Orlando or Atlanta, the pick goes to the Hawks, which also would create the funny scenario where the Hawks are if they make the playoffs, they lose their pick, but if they don't make the playoffs, they get the Kings pick. It's all very stupid, and I really hope this very specific situation happens.
Well, Kyle finally got it off his chest. He's been trying to, and that's what Dave was talking about. We tried to get it on Monday. I said, there's no way we're doing it on Monday. We got to it on Wednesday, and it is real. It is real. It's just also really confusing. And whether or not you're in on the Kings keeping the pick, or would you rather have some playoff memories? That's really up to you. We are just tired of the Kings living in this middle ground where they are mediocre and not bad enough to reap those benefits and not good enough to reap those benefits. So just pick a lane and stay there, please, Sacramento Kings. Speaking of Sacramento, or the A's that play in Sacramento, it's going on right now. Already a man on second and first, no outs. And it's not the A's. It is Jeffrey Springs on the mound. Last night, people wanted to have some conversations about who was at the game and who wasn't at the A's game. Is it a big deal, little deal, or no deal? Let's talk about it when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30. Tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sactown Sports 1140.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at the aeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. One-stop Honda shop.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
916 says if it was anyone other than Monty making the 12th pick, I'd be totally fine losing the play-in to keep it. That's from Matthew Henson. Well, we don't know if it would be Monty. That's the other thing, too. So maybe that would make more sense, Matthew. We do not know. And, you know, I guess, is Monty McNair the only person where right now the grass isn't always greener, just not applicable, right? Would there be anybody out there that would, and again, he hasn't made terrible decisions, but can I find somebody out there that would say, hey, I mean, Monty's made some good moves. We don't know. What if the next GM is worse, right? Because that is possible. It's possible.
It's the Jake Fisher point of if you polled 100 NBA executives, 100 of them would say Sacramento did not get enough for De'Aaron Fox. And the fact that you did not have to trade De'Aaron Fox, and it was such a monumental trade when you look at the direction of this franchise.
Yeah,
I think it's one of those things where you've lost some good graces in that respect.
I just wonder, if there's anybody out there that does feel like, hey, let's see what Monty does versus no, let's move off of him because, it's possible things could be worse, but to that point, a move like that, a De'Aaron Fox move, and that's where the whole meddling thing with Vivek. I wonder now what does Vivek have any say in the De'Aaron Fox deal? Was it Vivek who said, "Oh yeah, I'm good," because the word on the street is that Vivek has always loved Zach LaVine. Hey, I think this is a good deal, right? So how much control did Monty have? It is quite the rabbit hole, very similar to Kyle's breakdown of the King keeping the pick and making the play-in. So that's just something to keep an eye on. something else to keep an eye on, and I don't know if they will announce attendance yet, Kyle, because the A's game just kicked off, and they got out of that jam. Springs did. Now the A's are coming up bottom of the fourth.
Double play action?
Yeah, bottom of the first as Lawrence Butler is walking into the plate right now. And a lot of people, they were trying to take victory laps last night because I'm looking here, the A's, they had about 12,000 sell out that first night. Last night, it was 10,000, so about 2,000 less in the stands last night. And yeah, here comes all the Bay Area people. I thought you were going to sell out every night, blah, blah. It's just, there's just too much of instant reactions on both sides. The first night, beautiful night in Sacramento. Of course it was a sellout. Oh, you never had this in Oakland. You haven't had this in all this time. Second night, 2,000 less people. A couple bad pictures, I will say. Matt George took a picture at the beginning of the game, then took a picture in the third inning. I'll be honest, it didn't look like 10,000. But everybody, every sports arena, stadium, ballpark, they're gonna say, hey, this is what was sold. So they're at 10,000. Last night didn't look great. Here comes, because of what happened the night before, now here comes the Bay Area. I thought you were going to sell out every night. What's going on? So I found myself, honestly, just more so, number one, I don't want to judge anything until I get in the building, and I don't know when the heck that's going to be, but hopefully soon. Number two, I found myself more so wondering if the gun had been jumped a little bit, and I promise it's not a Ja Morant thing. If the gun had been jumped a little bit about how much Sacramentans will be interested in A's baseball. It's still early. So I asked the question, second night of baseball ever, Major League Baseball in Sacramento, not a sellout. 2,000 less people. Big deal, little deal, or no deal? Kyle, you go first.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I don't think it makes that much of a difference because we talked about this before. For the Tuesday night games in the middle of the season, you're probably not going to see full crowds. Now, did I think it would be the first series? No, I did not.
Sure.
But we talked about the weekend series against the Yankees, the weekend series against the Mets, the Padres coming to town next week. For those select series, you're going to see full crowds. You saw full crowds at the Coliseum when the Yankees came to town. You're going to see the same kind of thing here in Sacramento. And the reason why is there's people from New York everywhere. There's people from Los Angeles everywhere.
But aren't they kind of in a bad spot because of how small the ballpark is? So any game that isn't a sellout, you're already missing 12. You're already at half of what normal ballparks can hold. So the A's missing 2,000 shouldn't be that big of a deal, but because it only holds 12,000, it looks worse because the whole thing has been, this is a smaller ballpark. We're going to pack it out every single night, and that's how we're going to prove that we deserve a Major League Baseball team.
Well, it only looks worse when you compare it to the Sacramento versus Oakland of it all, right? And I hate that this has become a Sacramento versus Oakland conversation for so many people. You outlined the reasons why yesterday. But if it's going to be this competition of like Oakland's going to bag on Sacramento and Sacramento's going to fight back,
and that's what it is now. That's what it is.
Then you're going to use it for whatever side of the argument you might be on. The Miami Marlins close off the upper deck every other game.
Oh, but this is a base, and that's what but again, when it was in the Bay and people were looking down on the Bay, that was being ignored. You know me. The attendance problem is rampant throughout all of Major League Baseball. But there was a specific highlight on the Oakland A's, and now they're no longer in Oakland. They're in Sacramento, And a larger baseball problem when it comes to attendance may find itself in Sacramento. And then you throw on top of that, we're hoping that the A's are actually competitive. And I think that they will be, but there's also a chance that they're not.
Look, Sacramento is probably going to finish last in attendance in the league this year, but that's only because of stadium capacity. If we do it by percentages, I'm sure a lot of people are going. If you look at the average, I'm sure it's going to be similar to a Miami, a Chicago White Sox, maybe even a Pittsburgh. I know Paul Skeens is going to be a draw every fifth day, but these are teams that are all going to be at the bottom of attendance. And yes, Sacramento's not going to be able to compare to that, but you're also not going to see the 3,000 seat games that you saw at the Coliseum. And that's fine. They don't have to sell out every game. And quite frankly, if this team is putrid, then they probably won't continue to sell out games. But according to Jeff Passan, they've already sold 6,500 season tickets. So at the very least, you can expect to see 6,500 to 8,000 at pretty much every game.
So you're saying no deal or little deal?
I'm saying,
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Which I guess would be no deal.
Okay.
It's only a deal if you want to make it a deal, and I'm not in the business of making this a Sacramento versus Oakland thing.
I definitely am not either. Obviously, that makes things very complicated for me. Big deal, little deal, no deal. I will say little deal. And it's only because of how you started off your thought process when you said, I didn't think I would see it in the first series. I think that, I know it was a Tuesday night, but I was a little surprised that you didn't get a sellout second game ever in Sacramento. That's the only reason I would say, they're not, they played really well in Seattle. And, not everyone can get in. There's only 12,000, so not everyone could get in for that first game that they had on Monday. So I will call it a little deal to be missing 2,000 second game ever in Sacramento.
And it's probably 2,000 reported because we
saw the pictures.
Yes. And I went on my little bike ride through West Sacramento last night. And I happened to pass by right as Suzuki hit the home run and it clanked off the scoreboard, which was kind of cool. But I peeked through that outfield wall. It was like half full. In the top of the first inning, that thing was half full. There were Cubs fans rolling in as the game was starting, so it probably filled out a bit more. But I'll tell you what, that stadium did not even look 10,000 full from my vantage point. Obviously, Matt George and Chris Watkins and others have a better vantage point than I did. But just looking at it at opening pitch, it looked like half full.
Yeah, well, and Matt George posted a picture on his social media at the beginning of the game and then in the third inning. So I'm going to say little deal. We'll see what happens. I do think that this team, only the second game. I do think what it illustrated for me, though, is that this team probably needs to be somewhat competitive. For this to do what Sacramento and Sacramentans want it to do, I don't think this team can be horrible, right? The idea, all the things that you just named off, Colin, we got to get to a break. All the things that you just named off. When the Mets come to town and the Yankees come to town. That's not even their division. You know what I mean? So what about we got the Angels, the Rangers, who are world champs, but I don't think they have that much of a draw. I don't know what the Astros do now, the Mariners. So those will be sold out. Will that make up for Tuesday night against the Tigers? That's been the question this whole time. And I think seeing a non-sellout last night made me think, okay, this team probably needs to be decent, right? Not great, but it probably needs to be decent in order for this experiment to do exactly what the Kings and that ownership group and what Sacramentans want to portray here in the next 3 to 4 years. The Kings Wizards preview when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text KING to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text KING to 321-321. That's KING to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper. You know, I still remember the first car I ever owned. It was sweet. It was cherry red, but it didn't quite run the way that I wanted. It would make a funny sound like something like that when I was driving, and eventually I had to get rid of it. But I tell you what, I wish I knew the fine people at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton back then. You know, their service department is first class, and they accept most extended warranties no matter where you purchase your vehicle. Their service department, those technicians out there, they're super experienced, more than 224 years. Plus, they treat you fairly. The price is fair. They treat you like your family. So schedule your service today at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. It's just a short drive right off I-5. Or, of course, you can go online anytime at mbfstockton.com to schedule your service today. And tell them Drape sent you.
Lowe's knows how to help pros save. That's why the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards program lets you unlock exclusive member deals on the things you need every day on the job. Plus, MyLowe's Pro Rewards members can get volume discounts on eligible orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, for the A's to have any chance of contending this year, it will start with starting pitching. And besides the tough outing by Joey Estes in the home opener, and looking back at the Seattle series and led by offseason acquisitions Luis Severino and Jeffrey Springs, the A's starters went 23 2/3 innings. They allowed just 14 hits and 3 earned runs. Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solution, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Chris Watkins, boots on the ground. Oh. Seiya Suzuki with the home. I looked down for 2 seconds. Seiya Suzuki with a home run. It is 4-0 Chicago Cubs in the top of the second.
Not just any home run. It was a 3-run homer.
Let me look at this here. That is a ding-dong donkey Kong. You hang 'em, we bang 'em. That's what we used to say. Yeah, that's right.
I know why you don't say it anymore.
You hang 'em, we bang 'em.
Oh, stop saying that.
That's what we said. Talking about curveballs.
I know someone the A's should try and acquire in the next 2 years because Suzuki loves hitting at Sutter Health Park.
Yeah, seriously. 4-0. Chris Watkins is in the building. He just did a pan of the crowd. Again, gonna be light, right? It's 12:35 on a Wednesday.
Ooh, if my math,
Kyle, I'm not kidding.
Another one?
Yeah.
Get out of
I'm not
here.
kidding. Oh no, it was a replay. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
It was a replay.
That was rude.
I'm sorry.
And you also got to be careful with that. You got to wait like 30 seconds before you.
Well, I was just looking.
Radio rules. You got to wait like 30 seconds before doing play-by-play.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think if my math is correct, they've been outscored 29-7.
Okay, well that 18, that's gonna destroy everything.
Okay, fine. It's only 11-4 in the 2 games after the 18.
That's respectable. That's more respectable. Okay,
Yikes, that's the standard we're at now.
Well, we hope that the Kings can do some damage against the Washington Wizards, who are terrible. The Wizards are very bad. They're probably the worst team in the league, and they definitely will have the worst lineup in the league tonight, as we will get to the injury report as well. The Wizards 30th in net rating. That's last. 28 in offensive rating, 25th in defensive rating. Do they do anything well? Well, their pace, Wizards averaging 101.4 possessions per 48 minutes. That's good for 4th in the NBA. They get up a ton of shots despite being 28th in field goal percentage and 29th in three-point percentage. They are 10th in field goal percentage and 9th in three-point attempts per game. Their number 2 overall pick, who will be playing tonight, Alex Sarr, he, over the last 10 games, 18.5 points, 6 rebounds, 41.1% from the field on 16.3 attempts, 33% from 3 on 6.6 attempts. Can I just say, and I just saw our boss in the hallway. Can we do something if the Kings lose tonight? If the Kings lose tonight, I mean, I don't think I'd want to talk Kings for the rest of the week.
Let's just put it out to the text line if something happens.
Right.
If the Kings lose tonight to the Wizards, we have to make Allen Stiles dress up as something.
No. Where are we going that way?
I just say we gotta come up with something. We'll leave it up to the people to decide.
If the Kings lost tonight to the Wizards, would you want to talk about the Kings tomorrow?
Depends how they lose.
No, it doesn't.
If we get to determine a new Kings killer, like add it to the list. I guess you were gone that day. Brennan and Chris and I ended up putting together the definitive list of Kings killers. So if we could add another person to that list, I think that would be pretty fun. But other than that, I mean, unless it's going to be some wacky like half court shot game winner or something. I don't know if we need to talk about it.
So, I mean, to me, you can't mess around and lose this game, but this is a game to work out whatever kinks that the Kings have had, right? You have this game, you have the Hornets game, and the Hornets game, I know what LaMelo's out all season for the rest of the season again. So they shouldn't lose to the Hornets, but these two games, get right games. I do still think you got to follow your golden rules, and we will re-rack those golden rules at 1:30 and tell you what they are. But this is a game where everyone should be feeling really good. And the funny thing is, do you even feel good after a game like this? Because it's what you're supposed to do. You look back at the Kings and their record, they've just put themselves in such a tough spot where it's hard to feel good about anything. You beat the Blazers. I guess, what was the last game the Kings could feel good about? I guess the Blazers.
You're talking about in terms of wins or just...
Right, in terms of their wins, I guess the Blazers, you could convince yourself, even though no DeAndre Ayton, no Jeremy Grant, but that is a stretch to me, but I guess that would have to be the answer, because if it's not that, you got to go all the way back to March 19th before my birthday when they beat the Cavs.
That's literally their only win.
That is.
They've only won. Wow, that is crazy. They have only won one game in the last 14 days.
Well, they beat the Blazers.
Yeah, that's the one. They have won one game in the last 14 days.
Okay, up until the Cavs game, yeah.
From the Bulls game onward, they have only won one game.
It's incredible. And tonight is a night where you're not going to feel, no one's going to feel good after this win. It's the bottom of the barrel. This is what you're supposed to do.
Well, there are ways that people feel good, not about the long-term direction of the team, but like if insert player here has a 40-point game for the first time since the Zach LaVine, goes berserk against the Hornets game.
Yeah.
I think we'd feel good about that. But
so somebody balling out.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make people come back tomorrow and be like, we got the play in. We're going to do this. I don't think
there's nothing that the Kings could do. This is a terrible situation for the Kings. The good thing is you should get a W, which you've been allergic to for the last 2 weeks. But there's nothing you could do to make anyone feel better about your chances, about your future. You just have to win the game. This is literally just going through the motions.
I should also give context for people, because I'm sure there's someone in the car who's like, wait a minute, the Wizards won like 6 of 10 games after the trade deadline or something. Yeah, all those players are out tonight. Like all the guys that they got at the deadline that were kind of helping them win a couple games.
Right.
None of them are playing.
Whoa. You're winning. Whoa. Guys, we're not supposed to be winning games. What are you doing?
Yeah, we'll get to the full injury report in a bit, but Marcus Smart is out with index finger injury management.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. They're 2-8, their last 10. The Kings are 3-7, their last 10. The Wizards have lost 3 straight, and the Kings have lost 2 straight. The Wizards are struggle busting, man. And 16 wins. They're the worst team. They're the worst team. Just to confirm here, they're tied with the Jazz for the worst team in the league, both with 16 wins.
But would still be better than last year's Pistons.
That is crazy. 16 wins for the Wizards. So you go out there, you take care of business. I'm not sure what the Kings could necessarily do to make me feel better about them.
Okay, let's play this fun scenario out. I think I know what would get you to come back tomorrow and talk about this game.
What?
If your favorite NBA player, Jordan Poole, has a 50 piece.
Oh, yeah. If the pool party is splashing, then that's a little bit different.
Do you have any Jordan Poole paraphernalia?
I have. Actually, let me be careful how I say this. A pool party shirt was given to me as a gift.
I think we found our answer. If the Sacramento Kings lose tonight, Allen Stiles has to wear the pool party shirt tomorrow.
There's no way.
Put your money where your mouth is. You said there's no way they can lose.
No, there is no way. They're not losing.
So if they do, you got to wear the pool party shirt tomorrow.
If I can find it. I haven't. That was a different Allen ago. That was a completely different person ago.
That was before he got punched by Draymond.
That was before. The shirt stopped getting made after he got that black eye. Jordan Poole could drop 50 and the Kings should still win by 20.
Yeah, I agree.
He could
with
drop
that.
60 and the Kings should still win by 20.
I agree with that.
That's how bad the Wizards are.
How many shots would he have to? If De'Aaron Fox took 37 shots to get to 60 points, how many shots would Jordan Poole have to take?
Know, but I want to watch every single one. On the other side, we are going to get back to our Kings Wizards preview, but we got a couple quick updates from the NFL League meetings. They are headed into this century with some of their updates. We'll tell you what they are when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Stay up to date on Sacramento sports. Join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
916 says if they lose tonight, this season isn't important to them, so it shouldn't be important to us. Let's quit on them like they quit on us. From the 916. Yeah, they lose tonight. I'm definitely leading. Please, A's, can you just win a game, please? Because I'll lead with the A's, and I'll get in trouble for it. But I don't care.
They're already down 4-0.
It's early. Got man on second, bottom of second. 2 outs, though.
Who's up, Blade? Is it Seth?
Seth Brown is up. So let's get something rolling here. They got to get one W, right? First go round.
What about
Sacramento?
What about the Athletics makes you think they have to win anything?
Because that's how it's supposed to go. Okay, there's a walk there. So man on first and second. Let's get a little bingo bongo. Make it 3-4 real quick, as we wanted to have an NFL conversation. The NFL league meetings happened, and I mean a couple big updates here. The biggest one, and I know some old school football fans might not be fans of this. Official, the NFL announced that Sony's Hawkeye technology will be used next season to electronically measure first downs. The chain crew is remaining on the sideline as backup, but a new era is officially underway. Does that also mean that the index card is gone for when the Raiders play the Cowboys? Does that mean that the index card is gone as well? Look, obviously this should have happened a long time ago, right? This is well overdue. And every time I saw somebody say the issue isn't the chain gang, the issue is the referees and the bad placement of the football. And I think that's legitimate for sure. But the chain gang, to me, just in 2024, now we're in 2025, it was time for us to move forward. And I'm glad we finally moved forward.
Yeah, but the problem about the referees spotting the ball, or people's complaints about that, is like you're expecting the human eye to be as precise as potential Hawkeye technology within the ball, which in and of itself, I don't know exactly how it works, but I just assume that this has been beta tested and they can tell when a body part hits the ground and things of those sorts. So we'll see how it all plays out. I think this probably should have been done like 5 years ago.
Easily. And I feel the same way about the umpires in Major League Baseball, at least the ability to challenge. And it looks like that might be on the way pretty soon here.
Hey, Luis Urias is an A. Love that.
That's right. That's right.
He was so much fun on the Padres.
So you have that with the chain gang. Also, there's momentum towards banning the tush push, and it was proposed by the Packers. The Packers proposed this. The NFL concluded its annual league meeting Tuesday with efforts to get the tush push banned. And it got tabled after garnering support from 16 teams, which is 8 short of the necessary 24. So why it's the Packers, the two teams, the whole thing, the back and forth, I was reading the article yesterday. The whole situation is, hey, are we implementing a new rule for two teams? Josh Allen and the Bills, and obviously Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. And kind of that back and forth has happened. They are up to 16 teams now. Why it's the Packers leading this charge where I'm trying to think when it would have burned them per se. I don't know, but we have some sound from Schefter on the movement of the tush push, no pun intended.
They have tabled the discussion until the May meeting in Minneapolis, and that tells you that there was more discussion needed about this hotly contested topic that has garnered more support and more momentum than I think the Eagles expected or wanted. I think many people thought that it would not gain traction, but there are teams that have complained about it. And keep in mind, to ban the tush push, you would need the support of at least 24 NFL teams. Right now, the league does not have that, and so the league has tabled discussion until May, and essentially the conversations then will continue. And the league is thinking at this point in time, the league wants to make sure that it's being proactive and that it's out in front of this rule and preventing a injury before it occurs on that particular play. Conversations will continue. This topic is not over.
This is what I don't understand, right? Is there any point in time where they will say, hey, it's just not going to pass? Or is it just going to keep coming up until it passes? Because now they're at 16. Essentially, they lost, right? The vote lost, but it's getting tabled to now be brought up again to figure out, okay, will it pass? At what point will they say, hey, this isn't passing, we're just going to leave it alone? That's what I don't understand.
Well, it depends on whether people's opinions change on it, right? I'm surprised they said they're tabling it until May. I feel like they would table it until next year if they're that far down and maybe someone would come around. I thought maybe Sean McDermott was in favor of banning it, which was interesting, I thought, because, Buffalo sometimes has benefited from the tush push because Josh Allen's built like a linebacker, but they also tried to run it in the AFC Championship game and didn't get it famously, although that was also, if they had Hawkeye technology, they might have picked up the first down.
Right.
But,
and the other thing is, too, there's also hybrid versions of this where it's specifically the tush being pushed, right? Because I've seen Brock Purdy, the QB sneak, which we've seen Tom Brady do for years. Brock Purdy will do it. The QB sneak is not necessarily the tush push. So guys like Josh Allen, and I think the argument for Jalen Hurts is, or what I was reading, was he would still get a bunch of first downs because of how big he is.
Yeah, it's specifically the formation where it's like everyone's huddled in. The tight ends are basically standing right behind him. There's two, a running back and a lineman basically as a fullback. It's that formation where everyone's bunched in and you all know they're running it kind of thing. I don't know exactly what the new rule would be. Like you have to have a certain number of players outside the tackle box. Yeah. I don't know what they would do, but I think it's
just leave it. Just leave it.
Yeah, and by the way, the Eagles haven't even been that good at the tush push recently either.
With Kelsey off doing his podcast thing, retired.
You know what everyone else needs? Just get a Vita Vea, because when the tush push never works against Vita Vea.
Yeah,
everyone just needs a Vita Vea.
Couple more. This is from Ian Rappaport. Couple other rules that were passed. It's a couple changes. The NFL will now allow both teams to possess the ball in overtime, but amended to 10 minutes. Also, expanded replay assist has also passed. So a couple things coming out of those league meetings. We'll get into some more NFL throughout the rest of the week. When we return, injury reports for Kings Wizards. The Wizards missing basically their whole roster. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Northwest Exteriors.
I'm Dirk Fedorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and this afternoon expect sunny skies today. Temperatures will be warming into the mid-60s with north winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 15 miles per hour. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Northwest Exteriors wants to keep you cool all season long. Trusted in Sacramento for heating and cooling systems. Book your tune-up today as part of our 30th anniversary special. Call 888-TRUST-NW or visit trustnorthwest.com.
Simply the best. Trust Northwest.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Rox Tech, Michelob Ultra, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITPFest.com.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
As seen on Crazy Rich Asians, Silicon Valley, and more, it's Jimmy O Yang, Big and Tall Tour.
She was like, babe, what's your love language? I'm like, what? A love language could be words of affirmation. I was raised by Asian parents. Their love language is verbal abuse.
Saturday, April 12th, the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss them, Sacramento. Jimmy O Yang, Big and Tall Tour. Join Sacktown Sports at Fasteners Tool Outlet, 6701 Power Inn Road, this Thursday morning from 11 till noon to check out the Monster Nitro Truck Tour's incredible monster truck. Grab your tickets now for the April 5th show at monstertrucktour.com.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Couple interesting storylines here. Number one, I know it's been A's, but there's plenty of Giants fans out there. Wilmer Flores is insane. Another home run. Wilmer Flores has 4 home runs on the year. The Giants are winning 2-0 against the Houston Astros. Getting back to the A's, and we're about to get to the injury report for your Sacramento Kings. Getting back to the A's, here's an interesting story. I do know how this happens, but I hope it gets resolved. We are putting out an APB, a missing ball report for Jacob Wilson. That historic night in Sacramento, athletic shortstop hit his first career home run during the first ever Major League Baseball game at Sutter Health Park, but he never got the ball back. And Matt George spoke with Jacob Wilson, who shared his plea for the return of the ball and offered a reward in return. So if you have the Jacob Wilson first home run in Sacramento, first home run of his career ball, get in touch with Matt George, or I can facilitate it as well. And he's got a reward for you. I don't know what the reward is, but yeah, he never got that ball back, which that kind of stinks.
It's kind of too late now, right? Unless
Matt texted me this morning. Matt texted me, what time was this at? I was getting out of bed. Matt texted me actually late last night. Max texted me. I was already asleep at 11:30.
Oh, long night for him.
At 11:30, Max sends me this. If you want to share, I'm trying to get A's shortstop Jacob Wilson his first home run ball back. That was at 11:30 last night.
I love the idea, but we got to have the cameras film in on who actually got the ball, right?
Yeah. Well, where it wasn't in stands. So I don't know how someone got down there to get the ball.
But if no one caught it, how would they not have thought about that? I mean, I'm sure everyone in the dugout was like, we got to get the ball. We got to get the ball.
Right. I don't know how that happened because he hit it out to left field and there's no seats. There's no seats there.
How did a grounds crew not go get it?
Right. I think it might be right. How could a fan be down there?
That's what I'm confused by. How could that have just gone unnoticed?
Yeah. Amid Rock saying it dinged off the foul pole. Unless it dinged off the foul pole into the stands, we'll have to get that replay.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back and watch the tape here.
If you have the ball, name your price. I won't pay it, but somebody will.
Matt George will.
Matt George will.
Let's put that on him.
Yeah.
Any price.
Text George me at 11:30. Are you crazy?
Matt George will pay any price for that baseball.
Let's get to this Kings Wizards injury report. Jake LaRavia still out. Devin Carter still out. And this is where we have some fun with the Wizards. Chris Middleton out. Marcus Smart out. Malcolm Brogdon out. Corey Kispert out. Bilal Coulibaly out. Keyshawn George out. Sadiq Bey out. Colby Jones questionable. JT Thor, great name, but I don't know who you are, also questionable. So that right there is what I'm talking about. You will have Alex Sarr playing. You will have Jordan Poole playing, but this is ridiculous now. You got to get this one done. And I know I've said nothing that the Kings can do tonight can necessarily make me feel better, but there are things that can make me feel worse if you lose to a Wizards team like this. If you lose to a Wizards team like this, then you truly are broken. I don't see it happening.
I know we have our prop talk coming up next segment, and I looked this up earlier. There's only 5 players you can pick for prop talk for them tonight. So is it just going to be those 5 players and Colby Jones?
Yeah.
And are we headed for a Colby Jones revenge game? God, I hope it's not a Colby Jones revenge game.
I highly doubt that it will be, but you never know. You never know. And he is questionable. So we got to see if we'll see him. I'm excited to see Colby Jones and get some more run. I really am.
He's questionable not for injury reasons, though.
Right.
It's for the two-way assignment thing.
Right.
But I think that's questionable just because I don't know if they're going to have enough players to play the game. I'm looking it up right here. So, yeah, they might. Oh, I forgot Rashawn Holmes. Old friend Rashawn Holmes is going to be playing significant minutes tonight for the Wizards because their starting 5 is going to be Bub Carrington, who has the worst LeBron rating in the league this year, and I think the worst plus-minus of any player in the league. Bub Carrington, Jordan Poole, A.J. Johnson, Justin Champagnie, not the Champagnie who cooks the Kings. This is the worst brother of the Champagnie that cooks the Kings on the Spurs, and Alex Sarr at center. With Jalen Martin, Tristan Vukovic, and Rashawn Holmes coming off the bench.
Yeah, so like we said, I haven't even looked at the line yet. We'll do that on the other side. Kyle, we have that sound from Coach Doug Christie on Malik Monk and what he's been seeing from Malik as we discuss the golden rules again and the starting lineup. Here it is.
Well, knowing that we're going to need a little bit of playmaking and we're going to need to make some shots. Plus, if we're going to win at a high level, we're going to need Malik Monk. Make no mistake about it. So when I took him out, Tyrese was in the game. Just wanted to give him a minute or two. Get your breath, get your legs about you. And not that he was tired, but put Keon in, let Keon do what Keon does defensively. And also just the confidence that I have in Malik. Malik he's going to make shots. He's, these are 2 tough games for him in a row, but it's not anything that he hasn't faced before. So with the amount of shots that he gets, he'll be able to find his way. I'm extremely confident in that. The way that he plays, we just got to make sure that we're all of us, not only Malik, all of us taking care of the basketball because that's big, especially against these teams that the margin of error is so small. Those aren't the points that we can give away. You cut that down in half to 10 and we win the game going away.
That was Doug Christie on Malik Monk, who struggled the last couple games after returning from that illness. And we talked about the golden rules if you're just now joining us. The golden rules that we've broken down from Ben on social media who covers the Kings or just a fan of the Kings. He cooked up this golden rules list based on the plus or minus that we've been seeing. And the golden rule, 2 of them, number 1, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine cannot be on the floor at the same time. But 2 out of those 3 need to always be on the floor at the same time. The second golden rule is that Keegan or Keon, one of those 2 guys, has to be on the floor at all times, and it can be Jake LaRavia when Jake LaRavia is available, to a lesser degree Devin Carter when he's available as well. So in the Indiana Pacers game, the Kings were minus in every iteration, I shouldn't say every, in every third and fourth quarter iteration where Doug Christie broke one or both of those golden rules. With that being said, going back to what Doug had to say about Malik Monk, should Malik Monk go back into the starting lineup? You lost by 8,000 to the Magic, and then you go on to lose again in a tough one to the Pacers. Malik Monk's coming off the bench. It's kind of a tough reason to leave Malik on the bench when you're not winning games. But if you're listening to these golden rules and the plus or minus, I do wonder, has there been a conversation with Malik Monk? Hey, Malik, you're going to come off the bench for the rest of the season. Is it still game by game? I'm not sure what has been said, what hasn't. If you're asking me, you might as well, if everything is okay right now and Malik is at least understanding of the situation, I would leave Malik Monk as the 6th man. That's what I would do. I know that they lost to the Pacers, and the Pacers were missing Miles Turner and Benedict Mathurin. I understand that, and I understand that they got smacked by the Magic. It might say something about the actual roster construction and just the team as a whole. But even with that happening, I still believe the best version of this team right now is with Keon Ellis starting, setting the president as a defender, doing that early and not falling for it. And Malik Monk coming off the bench, I do believe that he has more energy. His shot does look a little bit better, even though he could not do anything this last game. So I feel like you probably shouldn't start Malik for the rest of the season. That's where I'm at.
I understand the reasons why, and the data probably plays that out. I've been on the same point. Like, who starts the game for that first 4 minutes doesn't make that much of a difference.
Right.
Now, with this iteration of the team, it's a little different because the second golden rule that Ben on Twitter outlined, which is Keegan and Keon in at the same time, that's because of the absence of Devin Carter and Jake LaRavia.
Right.
So maybe it changes if you get one or both of those players back before the season ends. I guess I would say with no Jake LaRavia, I think you could go either way with Keon Ellis or Malik. I would keep Malik in there just to protect everyone's feelings because it doesn't really matter that much.
But he's out now.
Yeah. It's the closing lineup thing that's more important. I don't think Malik should have been in the closing lineup against the Pacers if their entire offense in the last 5 minutes is just going to be DeMar DeRozan goes into his office. Right. And we talked about that. Like 5 of their 10 shots in the final 4 minutes were DeRozan.
Yeah.
And one of them was a garbage time, Zach LaVine 3 anyways. So if they're just going to go with that offense at the end of the game, then what's the point of having Malik in there if it's just going to be DeMar in his office?
A lot to do when we return. Apparently, Kyle has an update on the Jacob Wilson home run. We will get that update on the other side. Whitey Gleason joins us, prop talk and dog segment as well. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Wizards. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 2:30, tip-off at 4. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacramento Sports 1140.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, for the A's to have any chance of contending this year, it will start with starting pitching. And besides the tough outing by Joey Estes in the home opener, and looking back at the Seattle series and led by offseason acquisitions Luis Severino and Jeffrey Springs, the A's starters went 23 2/3 innings. They allowed just 14 hits and 3 earned runs. Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solution, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the best truck on the market, the 2025 Ram 1500. And that's not an exaggeration. It's proven. It's the 7th time Ram has won the Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Car and Driver named it one of its 10 best vehicles of 2025, giving it a 10 out of 10. And at JD Power, it's #1 when it comes to brand vehicle quality. And hey, yeah, all that's great. But where Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram really separates themselves from the pack is their car buying experience. Come on in and see for yourself why they say it's where a handshake still means something.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles. Allen Stiles.
A's are on the board.
Hey.
Brent Rooker, 2-run. Ding dong. 5-2. Cubs, bottom of the third, now headed to the top of the fourth. Whitey Gleason joins us. Whitey, your Padres are undefeated?
They're playing right now, Alan, so we'll see. You know how baseball is. But, yeah, they're off to a good start.
Okay.
The poor Giants went off to a 4-2 start at third place.
Yeah.
Long ways to go, obviously.
All right. Yeah, and they are
Giants, up 5-0 as we speak.
Yes, a
tough division, that National League West.
It is. Elliot Ramos home run puts the Giants up 5-0. Kyle, you had the update on the Jacob Wilson home run.
Well, we went back and reviewed the tape here, and we can confirm that baseball did not make it to the crowd. It dropped down below.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So either someone just wasn't paying attention and it just got left there, or one of the crew members might have just grabbed the ball and tossed it up into the crowd. Because there is crew that's walking around down there.
Right.
But the tape does not specify what happened to the ball after it dips behind the fence. I just can confirm that a fan did not catch it.
Wow. Trying to put this on the fans. It's not their fault. Okay, well, hey, if a crew member toss it to you, then you know what to do. Give it back to the rightful owner, and there's a little prize or a reward for you. Don't know what it is, but, you know, it's his first home run ball. I'm sure he would like it back. Joined by Whitey Gleason. Whitey, kind of a tough day for the Kings. Obviously, it's our job. We're going to watch the game. And let me be very clear. If it wasn't my job, I would not be watching this game.
Why is this a tough day?
Well, because they can't – there's nothing good that can come from today.
Where are we where a win is not a good thing? What has happened to us?
Do you know who's playing for the Wizards?
They called me. I couldn't make it. That's how desperate they are.
So I guess yes, it'll feel good to get a win, but I won't feel any different. I will walk in here tomorrow not feeling any different about the team.
That's your choice. I
You
they win.
will?
I hope we see good basketball. I think it's a chance for the Kings these next 2 games to not only get right a little bit, but maybe figure some things out.
Figure some things out.
Maybe. I mean, the basketball season doesn't last that much longer.
Right.
They got a game tonight.
Yes.
I like basketball, so I'm choosing to enjoy it.
Yeah. And I like Jordan Poole.
Uh-huh.
So they better not mess around. I'll tell you that much right now.
Do you remember last March 21st?
Yep.
I think the Wizards had 11 wins.
Yeah.
109 Washington, 102 Sacramento.
Yep. So it has happened before.
But they don't have anybody playing tonight. I would like to see Colby Jones play too. I want to see that. I know he's questionable. He's been going back and forth. I would like to see that. So you don't want to watch it. Fine. Good for you. But some of us like basketball. We want to watch it.
Okay. I'm not saying that I do like basketball.
This is a terrible day. There's no reason to watch
I said it tough. I didn't say terrible. And come on, you're not going to think any differently of this team tomorrow than you do today.
I could. I
No,
could think a lot
you
worse.
couldn't.
If they lose, I would think a lot worse.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, why is that the measuring stick? Why do I have to think different of them tomorrow? I want to see them play well. They better play well. They need to play well. They haven't been playing well. They need somebody to go off. You know, last night Jokic had 61.
Yeah.
Steph had 52. They need somebody, presumably Zach, but anybody.
Well, I was going to say
to go for a 40 piece.
As respectfully as possible, this is the game where Zach goes off for 40, right?
Well, he did it the last time against Charlotte.
The Hornets. This is it.
I think you're just saying that it's happened once before, so therefore it could happen
against a bad team.
Yeah.
Well, not just a bad team, against the worst of the worst.
Yeah. So as we get into prop talk here,
home run. Suzuki loves hitting at this ballpark.
Wow.
2.
That's 3 in the last 24 hours.
In his honor, I will sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" in Japanese. Yakyu e ikimasho, oze no hito no, kraka-jako kate kudasai, ichi nichi ju koko ni itai, home team wa ichiban desu, zen and dish today, ikai, nikai, sankai, strike out, yakyu ni ite. That's for you, Seiya Suzuki.
Prop talk, please.
Alan didn't care for that.
I always think it's amazing.
You gonna be all right, Alan?
I got nothing. I had no clue what was happening there.
Real quick, before we get to prop talk, Alan, you want to guess what the line is for tonight?
11.
13.5.
Wow.
Kings 13.5 point favorites against Bub Carrington's Wizards.
And I'll tell you what, if they don't cover, they better cover.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Whitey, we made a deal that if the Wizards win and or Jordan Poole goes for 50, Alan will wear his pool party T-shirt tomorrow on the air.
Yeah.
Which was given to me. It was given to me. I did not purchase it.
I want the lesser Champagne to go off tonight because I have his autograph.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a good. I love that we're calling him the lesser Champagne. I called it Champagne, but not the Champagne that cooks the Kings. But that could change after tonight. Also sad Marvin Bagley's not on the Wizards anymore. I thought they'd play him, but we will see Rashawn.
All right, Kyle. Prop talk time.
You teased it a little bit earlier. Zach LaVine is sitting at 2.5 3-pointers made tonight. So the 43% three-point shooter, I believe, is going to take more than 4 3-point attempts tonight, which means by average, he should hit more than 2.5 3-pointers. So I will go with Zach LaVine.
Great pick there, Kyle. I'm going to keep it pretty simple with Malik Monk, who had 5 points against the Pacers. He's set at 15.5. So I'm going to take Malik Monk with the over. I still think that Zach LaVine is going to be the guy that 30, 40 points, whatever it is, but I think Malik will figure it out there. Whitey.
Big night for Keegan. That's what I'm
Big night for Keegan.
Yes.
Whitey, do you think Malik Monk will start tonight?
No.
Okay, you think, because it hasn't necessarily been said that it's
right
done, right? Or it's happening, but it's happening.
Yeah, I I think they want him to find his way. It's easy to use that as an excuse to not start him. He's not playing well. If he starts playing better, he was just sick, then we'll reevaluate it.
Yeah. So Whitey has Keegan Murray. I have Malik Monk. And Kyle has Zach LaVine. I mean,
pizza guy.
They just got to win this game, man. And they're going to win the game. But I'm trying to think, Whitey, try to help me through. Fine. If you're going to, Allen, there's things. What should I be looking for that can make me feel good about beating the lowly Wizards that are missing 12 people?
I want to see their offense operate with efficiency. Mm-hmm. That's something. And I want to see them get out and run, which shouldn't be a problem. The Wizards are terrible. I just want to see some positive signs. Don't want to see slow start. Don't want to see the offense get bogged down. Mm-hmm. Don't want to see those things. Okay. So it's more hoping not to see the bad things. I know that right now, they're struggling. There's no question.
Okay.
But I don't know. Maybe you'd be better off just not watching.
No.
You might need a couple days off.
That's not an option. All right, Kyle. Dog segment.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
It is time for our dog segment. Let us know who your dogs are. 916-339-1140 on the text line and on the Sack Chat as well. Kyle, who's your dog?
I'm going with a two-way Keon Ellis dog of the game tonight because, as we mentioned, the only way they're going to lose is if, for some reason, Jordan Poole goes for 55 points. My dog bar is that Jordan Poole will not go for 55 points. And I'm thinking double-figure scoring tonight for Keon. He hasn't had one of those games in a while. So a double dip of defend Jordan Poole and Keon Ellis double-digit scoring.
I really just be chilling for.
I like that one, Kyle. It's tough because of the Jake LaRavia and Devin Carter. They'd be due for something, and I don't want to go too outside the box. I'm gonna go with. I really want to go with Doug McDermott because that would mean that I really do, but I'm not going to go that out of bounds.
There's a good one on the board. There's a revenge game tonight.
Jonas Valanciunas.
That's who I have.
Absolutely wild sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Whitey has Jonas Valanciunas. So I will take the one, the only, Markelle Fultz.
I don't have a sound. Let's just play the Dougie one.
I was waiting. All right, I'm going with Markelle Fultz. Whitey's going with Jonas Valanciunas. Kyle is taking the easy way out with Keon, but we don't mind it. Kings get that W. Drive Guys coming up next for about 5 minutes as they get you ready.
Half an hour.
Getting you ready for Kings Wizards. Thanks for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Until tomorrow, secure the bag. Like to be.
Gotta go.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan.